happy to be here, and I'm happy to have you all here as well. I hope you've been well. Hold on, let me go ahead and get on that timer right there. Right, 4 minutes on the clock. Let me make sure you say hi to everyone who came in here a little bit early. So let's see here. We have Sasha Logan, also Spanish Casa Dish. We also have on here Katza on keyboard. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day, and if you're not, I was ready for the please you consider, but instead it's drink some water. You know what? Words to live by. I agree. Welcome in. We also have on here Jack and Pixelart Journey. If that's the name I'm thinking of,
Cat sat
I
on
believe
keyboard,
I
just redeemed
had
hydrate.
your references as art. I'll have to pull it up again to make sure, but I believe I have some of your art pulled in, but welcome in especially. I would say your landscapes are lovely references. I can certainly say as much. And well. Hi, welcome in, Sharky. I hope you've been well too. Let me get some water. And hi, Sandoval. Welcome into stream. We also have one here. Let's see. I said a little check. Oh no, I don't believe so. Hooray! Welcome in. Hello. Okay, let's see. Water time. Hamburger. Welcome in. And I'm on my phone. That was a testing delay review. Interesting. It was am I really here for your test, huh? And I'm actually currently making a landscape. Interesting. I can certainly. I've got a question. Since you are here, how did you get started landscapes, and how long did it take you to get a style you like? As I do hope to one day get good at landscapes. I've tried in the past. I stopped for a little bit, and I'm only now coming back to it after maybe like half a year. So I am very rusty, and I'm not sure at all how this is going to go. But half the fun is just trying for the sake of trying. So I'm excited. And I think you missed Santa Pop. I think I said hello to Santa Pop. If so, hello again. If not, hello for the first time. And my apologies if I did not say it. I think I did. I think. But you know what? Memory, me and it don't go well together. So I can certainly say hi again. And I only came for my whales. Well, welcome in, Sharky. And if you do have to go, well, thanks for stopping by and just saying hello. And hi, Saratus. Welcome in. Hi, boss. Hi, chat. Hello, and hi. I hope you've all been well. Yesterday's stream had to be canceled as I was feeling sick, and usually I try to gauge to see if I feel good enough to stream, and maybe sometimes it's the case I do end up streaming and then I feel a lot better after streaming, but yesterday was just a no can do, and I'm quite happy I did it because I'm feeling a lot better now, and for study topics like these, I'd rather give a good amount of percentage of my best than really push it, so I'm really happy that today we'll be doing it instead, as yeah, I think it'll work out a lot better, especially since I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. It could go. I mean, it is going to go, but the direction is up to interpretation. Let me click on here. Let's see if I can find this guy pretty quickly, because I was looking up something before stream started, and then I didn't quite get a chance to finish. So let me see if I can find what I was looking for, as I was in the process of searching for something. Let's see here. And I remember starting with copying St. Eleven's landscapes. Oh, yeah, that's a good reference too. And that was 5 years ago. I see. Yeah, I can believe it. 5 years of experience. And hi, Sanova. Let's see here. Let me drag this guy here for just a mere moment so I can look at these guys. There's something I was searching for, but I wasn't able to find it. So let me see if I can find it now. There we are. That's what I was looking for. Lovely. Okay. And I love how you assume accents for certain hi messages. Some of them are very silly, and when I see them, my mind just thinks, yes, so it's Boston, because it's like, hi boss, hi Chad. or the slight threat, and just, please reconsider. It's quite fun. And hi Agape, welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. Okie dokie, well then. Since that timer is up and done, why don't we go ahead and get into things, shall we? Let me go ahead and, hello, here's Ezra, the anime streamer who teaches us Pixelart. Hi, Kitty. Kitty. Carrie. Welcome in. And hi, bye to you as well. Hi. And hello, Mr. Dream Studio. And greetings, everyone. Hello. Welcome. What's that face for? Did I happen to miss something? Let's see here. Let me slide this guy over. Save it here, save that there, and I believe we should be good to go on that end. Let me just double check, as sometimes the screens want to work properly and they work the way I think they're going to, but then the screens decide, no, I don't want to work the way, I'm going to do it my way. It kind of reminds me of programming in the sense of when you expect something to work and it just says no. And you just have to accept it. With all that said and done, though, I believe the screen should be a-okay. So let's go ahead. And let me move this over here, move that over there, and let's see. I saw a message pop up, so let me see if I can do that. Is it me or does the... Oh no. I did some restarts, but that's no good. Do let me know if it does. She even has a low frame. Am I low frame today? Oh no. Okay, you know what? If I stop stream now, that would require like a whole internet restart. So, tell me if it gets too jarring. We can switch over to being 2D. But it's working. Maybe not the best, but it is functioning. So we'll just have to roll with it for today. Thank you for pointing it out, though. I'll be sure to keep an eye on it. And I think the most important thing is to have a simple structure of your landscape. Clear value structure. I do agree. Yeah. Values. And that's exactly what we've been talking about as well. And let's see here. I did read that as well. Lovely. Alrighty. So today should be a lot of fun. It'll be different from our usual things. And it seems Fredoka is your favorite font. I do like a little bit of Fredoka. I like how bubbly it feels and rounded. It is one of my favorites. I haven't found something that feels as nice as it yet, though I do hope I can find a few to use around here and there. With all that said, today should be a little bit different from normal, and it'll reflect what I used to do when I started out doing these study streams before we did the references. A lot of today is just going to be winging it. Very much so. And I'll show you what we mean when we get to it. But you've been warned. Today's structure is not going to be as it usually is. I'm going to try something a little bit different, and we'll just see how it works out. And disgusting one. Terrible. I'm gonna assume that you enjoyed that. With that said, we'll be starting off with our Pixelart today. We'll talk about a bit of resources. We'll do a recap on just things we've done in the past related to environment studies. Then we're gonna look at some clouds, try to draw some clouds. We'll talk about composition, what Pixelart Journey brought up earlier with the idea of values. And then we'll see if we can draw a fun landscape, and then we'll end it all up by seeing if anyone else decides to draw with us with a community review. So that's on today's agenda. I am hoping we can do it. And you know what I just remembered as well? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it here. If I go to my profile, scroll all the way down. I don't believe I have the file saved, but I think I should at least have the image here somewhere. Let's see. Scroll even more. You know, surprisingly, I have posted a lot, which is good to know. I stopped posting as much, but I'm looking for a specific art piece. If I can find, aha! I see, I found it. Lovely, let me drag this over to you because I think it'll be fun to also use as a reference, especially if I do plan to come back to it someday. Could be a lot of fun. So let me see here, move you, hold on. That grabbed the date. That's close enough. Let me drag you over here, drag you there. Okay, save it there, and then we'll go ahead and move you here. So the objective of this study is survive. Exactly. Yep, it's survive. See if we could, Yep, survival. And also perspective's important. I know it's the most hated subject. Oh yeah, for a brief time, I thought I'd be able to get away from perspective just because I swapped over to Pixelart. No, perspective is the sort of thing that just kind of follows you. You can never get rid of it. It will be there. Even if you don't want it there, it's going to be there. It's your forever friend. You might as well make peace with it now. And that is something I've realized about perspective in my years of trying to learn art, is that you can never escape. Never, not ever. Let me slide this guy over here so I can read it. Let's see. Fredoka. Yep, lovely. Okay, so let me scroll out a little bit. Let me frame this guy a little bit better, possibly about there-ish. And a YouTube person, please center the perspective word, at least add a trigger. And here I thought you were about to say the J word. That one I know is quite scary. And hi Rodrigo, welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and write a note on here, and we'll go and do notes. There we go. And then we should be able to do something like that. Are you going to let us do the thing? I don't think it will, which is okay. Let me see about maybe doing enter here and then doing you there. Lovely. Okay, we should have our notes down on here. Alrighty then, that should be good enough to go. I believe it is visible enough. That's the words I'm looking for. And I think I said hi already, but hello again, Rodrigo. And if not, hello for the first time. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. And hola, Miss Iris. Well, hola to you as well. But look. I'm just saying it right. Is it hola with a more H in it, or is it more O? I believe I've asked this before, but it's good to remember. Well, that said though, welcome into Pixelart of the Day. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where we spend about 5 to 8 minutes looking at some pixel art I can find online, be it Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, of the likes, and the hope is that by looking at these different arts, we can get a better idea on our taste, our preferences, our flavors when it comes to things that we enjoy. For example, if you want to be a game developer, it's important to to play a lot of games. If you want to be an artist, it's good to look at a lot of artists. And I like how, I never know how to pronounce it, seems to combine perspective with more axonometric projection, especially in the buildings. I have no idea what that word means, so I'm going to copy it. That way I can look it up. Thank you for that new one. Let's see. A typical parallel projection that displays 3D objects on a 2D surface. Interesting. Oh, like isometric. I see. This is a good one of perspective then. I think I get it. Yeah. And hi, big stepper. Welcome into stream. And start already. We are starting. What do you mean? Let's see here. Let me click on you here and you here. Lovely. So, as I was saying, the idea is that we are honing in our observation skills. This is a way to serve as an isometric example. Lovely, got it. And hello, hi, Roxette. Welcome to stream as well. And please don't worry about how to pronounce my random nickname. It's painful, I tell you. But of course, and welcome in again. The hope is that, and let me go ahead and start the timer as well, and let me do that. The idea is that by looking at art, we're able to take the things that we do like about it and use it in our own art. That way, as we grow as artists, we become an amalgamation of different artists we take inspiration from. That is the hope. And with all of that said and done, what are your thoughts and opinions on this art? Are there any techniques you see being used that relate to pixel art? Is there anything you like about it? Anything you dislike about it? What are your opinions on this art? Because even if you enjoy the art, that's something you can take away. But if, for example, I like outlines. Outlines are some of my favorite things to do. But in this art itself, there's no outlines. And outlines are usually a telltale of something being more on the realistic side. So I could put no outlines. And by having no outlines, I can then say more outlines leans more towards R-E-A-L-I-S, realistic, and painting, P-A-N-T-I-N-G, something like that. And I want to see a dragon, want to see it fly. I don't know if that's a dragon, but I can kind of see what you mean. And oh, I don't believe I said it as well. This art is by this person, I never say their name right. I'm going to just say Ray, but if you'd like to look at more at their art, you can look at that profile on Twitter. And side view is also axonometric. The castle, for example, its features don't adhere to linear perspective. I see. Okay, I'll put that in. Let me move that about there, that way you can see all of it. And let me say, perspective, P-R-S-P-E-C-F-T-E. Perspective is unique, U-N-I-Q-E, unique. And then I'll put on here, let's see here, A-X-O-N-O-M-E-T-R-I-C. There we go, lovely. And let's see here. Someone was talking, I see, the trees. They're simple but detailed enough at the same. Fair point, check. Let's see. Trees are not detailed, but show enough. And the next question would be then to ask, why do you think they're detailed? Why do you think they're not detailed? I'd say it's a lot to do with the idea of a blobby feel. So we'll put blobby feel, as in a lot of it leaves, there's not enough detail, but there's enough detail to the sense of it leaves the viewer to think, okay, I think I understand what's going on here. It allows your mind to fill in the blanks. And hi, Ame, welcome to stream. And I was just thinking it's more of a dragon. Interesting. It would be fun to do a dragon study. I do agree. And let's see here. Is that a dude's head peeking behind the tower? I can't unsee it. If not, looks like Batman with an ornament. It could be a dragon. You know, it could be. I'll put blobby feel. I'll also put on here that despite D-E-S-P-I-T-E, despite low res, I think that despite the low resolution, there's a lot of detail in this artwork. Despite low res, a lot of detail is shown. S-H-O-W-N. For example, highlights, H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T-S, highlights and flowers in the grass. That's what I'll put on here. And I also like the composition. The castle's not in the middle, but more like rule of thirds. I'll put that on there as well. Castle is slightly off-centered, C-E-N-T-E-R-E-D. Drawing more A-T-T-N-T-I-O-N. Drawing more attention. Lovely. I think it can also go in perspective. The closer the tree is, more colors it uses. Ooh, fair point as well. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if is it perspective when I would say maybe it's depth of field. I don't think that's how you... Field of depth. It's field of depth in the sense of closer equals more detail. Oh, hold on. More detail. And comma, further equals less. There we are. Something like that. I think that also helps too in the sense of a lot of color going on here. I would say maybe 4 colors. And then when you go all the way back, 1 color. So as you get closer, as you get further away. And let's see here. Did I miss anything? Let me double check here. We have you here, you here. Please don't worry about how to pronounce. Yep. Trees, detail, yep. Head and dragon, yep. And you'll call that, or you'll call that composition. I don't care. It could be either or. I can certainly say. And less color because you're also seeing ambient fog. Ooh, fair point as well. We'll add that in. Let's see. Fog equals, and we'll also do distance is lighter due to fog. Closer is darker. Something else I think is important to note. Alrighty. What else can we say as well? I would say the color palette, at least color-wise, this gives me a very calm feeling. Calm, we'll say, yeah, feeling calm. And I would say it feels calm, maybe due to being on the realistic side. So feeling calm, realistic, R-E-A-L-I-S-T-I-C, realistic, and let's see, feeling calm, realistic, and low saturation, S-A-T-U-R-A-T-I-O-N, low saturation aside from blue. I think that's a good way to put it in the sense of, I feel like a lot of these colors are low saturation and there's not a lot of pop going on. The blue in some areas does feel like it has a bit of a punch to it, but all in all, it feels muted compared to something more in your face. For a reference of something more in your face, look no further than I am more in the saturated portion, and trees in the back are cooler and lower in saturation. Interesting atmosphere. Oh, I see. That's what Ami was talking about. The fog. Gaia. Okay, I'll put that on there. Let's see. Fog. Let's see. Distance is lighter due to fog. Closer is darker. Fog is at A-T-M-O-S-P-S. Hold on. A-T-M-O-S-P-H-E-R-I-C P-R-S-P-E-C-T-I-V-E. That's not an R. S-P-E-C T-I-V-E. P-E-R-S-P-E-C. Yes, I think that's good. Lovely. Okay, I think we're good to go then. The whole point of today is just to, instead of trying to look at the individual pieces, so for example, in the past we've done tree studies or building studies, so instead of looking specifically at them, the hope is to look at the whole work as a total, and to make a composition. That's what today really is. And these orphan pixels, fellas, were greatest flower-like thingies. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. These single pixels down here feel like flowers, feel like some sort of metal. It's such a small detail, and it's just singular pixels, but it emphasizes, or not emphasizes, but it hints towards it so much that your mind kind of just fills in the blank, and you only really need a few pixels. That goes a long way, which I think is really neat. With all that said, though, the time is up, so that is lovely. Alrighty then, our warm-up is complete. So let me go ahead and hide this guy. Where are we at? Let's see, this guy right here? Yes, lovely. Okie dokie. So with all that said and done, let's quickly go over a few things, and then we'll get started. And help draw your eye towards the road instead of the bridge. I'd say it kind of feels like there's a sort of path leading here, since it's so empty here. It leads your mind to being here. There's a lot of framing going on, and hopefully we can maybe come back to it and dissect it a little bit more too. So let me bring you back into, let's see, planning here. Alrighty then. So we've gone over Pixelart of the day. Let's quickly cover resources. So if I go ahead and click on this guy here, and we go into, let's see you here, it should bring you into this page. Lovely. And then if I go ahead and click on exclamation, I should be able to do study like that. And if it does work correctly, it should send it over to both YouTube and Twitch. Lovely. And if you click on that page, you'll be brought to a specific page on here. So if you didn't know, I have a website. It is irisezra.com. And the whole point of these streams and just this idea in general is that I am a game developer, and I want to do my best to get better at all aspects of game development. So be it pixel art, be it programming, be it music, my hope is just to get better, as I want to be an indie dev. And the idea is that once a week, every week, we do a pixel art study based around a topic. And today's one, it'll be around the idea of drawing pixel art environments. And if I click here, I'm gonna guess it does show up, but no, it doesn't. Interesting. All right, well, that's fine. You can click here, or you can click the link, and you can go to resources. And under resources, you should be able to see it pop up, environment study. And also, I know it's too late, but the way the landscape is titled and also points toward the castle. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah. Hopefully we can come back to it as a, as a study breakdown we can do, but I do agree. I think that piece overall is a really good example of really good composition. I do agree. So let's see down here. What you'll be able to find on this page is not only the YouTube stream, but also a few other resources I thought might be handy dandy. For example, here we have, if you're more geared towards learning through videos and listening, I have some YouTube playlists I was able to find on different topics. Specifically in this one, it's going to be about environments, since that's today's topic. So a lot of videos on clouds I could find. Haven't gone through all of them yet, but I hope to remove the ones that I personally didn't find helpful, and so on forth. So if you happen to be more of a YouTube watcher, you can find them. You can also see here there's one for trees and rocks. We also have on here some websites I was able to find that are handy dandy. Usually I like looking at these because they're more article based, or they're more things you can have on hand. For example, in this one by Saint 11, you can see his clouds. It's just a GIF of explaining, and that's really all of his tutorials. And I find them handy because I can have them off to the side as I'm doing an art piece, and it helps me keep the really key points in mind. So I enjoy it. We also have here the person we were just looking at before with the landscape idea. So if I click on this one, for example, you can see this one's more of an article base. So if you're more of a reader, this one might tickle your fancy a little bit more. And he also has a few GIFs here and there to also help with just adding a little bit of pictures here and there, which I think also is super duper nice. With that said, let me go ahead and close that guy. Another thing I would recommend is the Spriters resource. It's a website you can go to if I click on here. And the idea is that people who enjoy games come together and they download the assets of different games and upload them to this website. And if you click on here, you should be able to see there's a ton of different pixel art games. Maybe you recognize a few of them. And the idea is that I do my best to collect games that specifically relate to what we're doing. So for example, in this one, we have, let's just go with Mega Man, for example. We click on here, Mega Man has some environment images you can see here. So the idea is that you can download these files and use them as references as well. And what I mean by that is that if we were to go back to the pixel art of the day super duper quickly, you can see in hi Raster Plan, welcome into stream. I don't believe I've seen that name before, so welcome in. And Writer's Resource is super nice repository. I do agree, yeah, and welcome in as well, TB. Welcome. You can see here, if I wanted to find the size of this pixel art, if I wanted to figure out more, if I wanted to break it down more, if I wanted to get a style closer to it, how would I go about it? Would I have to find this art? Then I have to zoom in and kind of count the pixels individually? Is that it? And the answer to that is you could do that. You could. However, a website like the Spriters resource makes it easier in the sense of you can click on this download button here, and I can then bring you into, let's see, this guy right about here. And if I bring this guy in here, and then I do, a little bit more moving around, I can then drag and drop it into my Pixelart program of choice. In this case, I use Aseprite. And if I zoom in, I can then 100% tell, okay, this guy is 3 pixels long. Or if I wanted to make a space, like here at the bottom, how big is the screen? I could then measure it. I could go and then zoom in a little bit, or rather, it's a little bit too wide, I'd say, but look here, and then I can see, all right, this I know for certain is this many pixels. I don't know if you can see it if I maybe slide over a little bit. So it makes finding and using references a lot easier. If there's a certain pixel art game, and you want to get better at emulating their style, this is super handy. And hi, is it XIE? Possibly? Welcome into stream, and welcome in as well, Anno. Hi. And what is the best pixel art website? Ooh, can you elaborate on what you mean? And download is most often an overstatement, especially for older games. I see. Well, I mean, they're quite good with computers. I do know that much. Let's see here. Let me click on you. So let's see, we've covered those guys. And another website, if you are low spec maybe? Low spec is pretty good too, yeah, low spec. I do have that, I think, as a recommendation as well. Midjourney, indeed. So let's see here. Another website you can go to, aside from the Spriters resources, is that if you are a game developer, you probably know of this website. It is called itch.io. Usually it's a place where game developers will upload their games, or they'll download assets to use in their games. But as a pixel artist, you can download the assets and, like with the Spriters resource, use them as references to get better at your pixel art. So if you happen to come across some pixel art assets that you enjoy, you can download them, also drag and drop into your program, and learn that way too. And just basic editing for clients if they randomly decide to want pixel stuff. Best pixel art website. I still don't quite get what you mean. Do you mean what's the best pixel art website to go to for looking at pixel art, for learning pixel art? I might need a little bit more elaboration. But that said and done, I have on here some art I was able to find relating to the topic, which is the environment. So for example, I can click on here and you can see, I believe these are some nice and adorable clouds. And if you use them as reference, they're there to use too. Create pixel art. I see. Website to create pixel art. I'd have to think on that one a little bit. I remember there being a few websites where you could just make pixel art in the browser, and the name escapes me at the moment, but there are a few. And basic editing, clients, yeah, I see. There are a few. I can't think of them at this very moment, but I do get what you're saying. Yeah, and website, yeah. I'm gonna have to think of that a little bit. And Pexel? Hold on, let me see. hold on, P-E-K-S-E-L. Pexel? Nope, that's not the website I'm thinking of. But if I do remember, if you do remind me about in like 30 minutes, I can see if I can find it. With all that said and done, that is references good to go. So let me bring you back into our planning screen. And from there, let me also open up this guy right on here. So let's see. Here and here. Lovely. Okay, with all that said, another thing, well, at the end of stream, what we'll be doing is that if you happen to have drawn some landscapes that you want to share with me, you want me to take a look at them, at the end of stream, we will be looking at the Discord. So if I go and do !DISCORD, that should work, I believe, and send it to both. Lovely. And from there, you'll be able to join the Discord. So if I enable this guy, and why are the pixel art softwares called sprites? I think maybe it strands from game development. However, do not quote me on that. I have little to no clue. So I wouldn't be able to give you an answer, but I do like the question. Hi, Dark. Welcome to stream. Eris, it's been so long. Our Barney Prince. Hold on. I'm gonna need you to take that back. But if you join the website, and welcome as well to Raster Plan, if you go to the side here, as well as Trizzy, welcome into the two of you, you go down here to stream in the Pixel Art Study with me, you will see there's previous studies we've done. And for example, here we have dungeon props where people have sent in their artwork related to the stream. So if you happen to draw some clouds or some environments you want to share, you should be able to click Pixel Art Study with me, click this guy, Environment, Clouds, and Studies. If you post it in here, we'll take a look at the end of stream. So that's also there for you too. Barney Princess, I can't believe this, a slander. Alrighty then, we've Pixel Art of the day done, we've done resources. Let's do a quick recap and then we'll get into clouds and my idea of how we're going to do this study this time around. Oh boy. Alright, so I have been learning pixel art, I'd say for solidly, possibly, maybe around 2-ish years on and off. And in that time, I've done different pixel art before. Let me go ahead and close this guy here, close this guy. I have tried my hardest many times to draw clouds. Me and clouds have been on a battle, I tell you. Back and forth, never ending. And these were the first clouds I've ever made. I believe, and I probably should have also gotten the date, but I could date this probably 2023 to 2024. So 1 to 2-ish years old of clouds. This was my first attempt at drawing clouds, and those are good clouds. Thank you, Ame. This was my first attempt. This was my second attempt. So I hope by the end of stream, we will have something that looks a lot different, a bigger before and after. To speak on that point as well, I have also done where are we at? This guy here. I also drew this too. It was my attempt at doing some sort of landscapey scene. So I have tried it before, but I haven't done it in a very long time. And the hope is that we can get a better idea of what's going on now that we've kind of done more studies. For example, we've recently done tree studies, we've done building studies, we've done a few studies since before and now. And hopefully, through using previous methods I've done, for example here, blobbing in with colors, we also have here, if I hide this, show this guy here, also trying to do a little bit of perspective, we'll be able to create something of this by the end of stream. However, I make no promises. You have been warned. And I was also able to find my attempt at drawing clouds as Liam's fur. So I'm also hoping sometime this week, if we go back to here, that I can also do this. You can see 2023. This was my attempt at drawing a sheep with a cloudy, fluffy wool. So I'm also hoping that sometime this week, it will also be a fun thing to try to do again. I referred to the drink itself, I see. And fun fact, Google Info says a humming detector, meaning if you know a tune. Ah, interesting. Alrighty then. So with all of that said and done, with everything down packed, we will now try to do clouds. Now, I was trying to think to myself a good way to approach this. Before handing to sheep, thank you, and welcome in. Is it Ludry Garn or Garm? Ludry Garm. I can certainly try again, but welcome into the stream, and thank you. And what I've done before is usually how these studies will go is that I will look at some references, some real life references, for example, some of these guys, and we attempt to draw them without looking at any pixel art, just from the top of our mind. And now that's a sheep. Well, thank you. That's how this usually goes. And I don't think that's going to work this time around. My method of looking at real life and trying to do it one-to-one, that's how we ended up with the previous clouds. And I've learned a lot of different techniques since then. So we're not going to do that. That's what we usually do. We're not going to do it this time. This time around, we're going to do a bit of a method I've learned recently, which is more so of a breakdown, and you could call it maybe a breakdown, a break up, maybe. I haven't gotten a name for it, but to summarize, what we're going to do is if I go into this guy super duper quickly, I'm going to close these guys, as I also think the lag could be that I have a few big files open here. She's breaking up with you, Chad. I'm breaking it up, putting it down. I'm about to start laying some sick beats and rhymes. Let's see here. Let me close here, here. All right, so I found, and you can see free sky backgrounds by craftpix_net. I think you can see, oh no, you cannot see it. All right, let me then bring you into here just so I can super quickly give credit where credit is due. You should be able to find it here. This one here, this link here, this third one should bring you into this. So if you want these clouds, you want to look at them, you can download it from here. So that is there if you're looking at it. So we have to think of shapes on our own. Maybe, possibly, we'll say. Let me bring you back into draw here. And don't spooky muffles over. Hold on, it'll be fine. Everything will be fine, I assure you. And what's nice about this artwork, what's nice about these backgrounds is that they're separated into different layers. And the idea is that we're going to use the colors, we're going to use a smaller canvas, and we're going to try to break down their application of colors, how they use colors and how they're making clouds. So probably that'll be what we'll be spending the next hour or two doing to try to get a good idea. We'll be doing one-to-one references. I think this will go well. After that, we'll look at some pixel art I was able to, and you can see, this is probably where it's a little bit laggy at. There's a lot going on here. But I also found some clouds and some video games as well, and also we have some Terraria artwork too, which is also a big file. A lot of big files going on, so my computer might be wheezing a little bit here, but it's fine. With that said though, let's go ahead and get started. So let me get some water, and then we will make our canvas. So if you'd like to do the same thing I plan to do, what we'll start off by doing is we're going to have a canvas size. I'm thinking, let's keep it small. We don't want to do too big. Usually I stick to 16 by 16. This time around, we're going to set our size to 14 by 144 by 144. Yeah, this will be our canvas size instead, 144 by 144. So we'll try to fill this guy up. Let me get some water and then we'll get started. Alrighty then, water has been acquired. And step one is going to be to first off, grab the colors of the scene, grab the layers, see what we can break down and pick back up. So, is there any specific pixel art clouds here that you enjoy? We kind of have from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fun part about doing studies is that you can tweak them to what you enjoy most. So if there's one that's more of your preference, I'd say break that one down. For me at least, I quite enjoy, I think, either this one or this one. So it's between this one and this one. We the big boy leagues now. We are going to get a little bit more advanced. So I'm hoping, due to our previous experience, this will be a battle or this will be a boss we can take down quite efficiently. So it's between this one I want to do and this one I want to do. And I think it'll be a little bit easier to do this one. So we're going to break down this one. And Eris, have you made any games? I'm glad you asked. I have currently made one game to date and I'm currently working on a game. If I do exclamation here and I believe do itch, you should be able to find all of my games on there, on my itch page. As yeah, I am currently in the process of making a game. I'll be working on that tomorrow, and I've made one game in 24 hours. So little experience, certainly not a lot. With that said, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you were saying 5 has nice shapes? They do, but I think it is, oh, hold on, we can check as well. If I do this, if I click on, let's see, sprite, we go to color mode, we go to grayscale, you can kind of see it a little bit better. What's the word I'm looking for? The contrast of the clouds. I think the top one, yeah, I think that's why I like it a little bit more. There's more contrast. If I can't really put them side by side, but if I zoom in a little bit more, this one feels softer because the colors blend in more, while this one feels a little bit more sharper because the colors are more distinct. You can kind of see the back of the colors, or the back clouds versus the front clouds. This one's darker than this one, so you can tell the difference. So I think for the sake of what I hope to get done today, we'll go with the top one because I think it's important to look at the contrast specifically. So I'll undo our color mode and we'll specifically pay attention. So not to be overwhelming, I'm just going to hide all of these guys and reveal this specific one, this singular guy here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get my computer off of life support here. And if I go ahead and click on copy, it should give me the size of this guy, I believe. So if I click copy, then I do file and I do new, it should give me the size of this guy. And then from there, if I just copy you and paste you into here, oh, it did not. That is okay. That's all right. We still have all the files. So I'll go ahead and I'll close this guy since we do have it saved. And then I'll just subtract you. So let's see. We have you up here, and then we need to go all the way down, a little bit more down, just a slight bit more down. There we go. And then I can do sprite and crop it, and hopefully that'll make everything run a little bit faster. Seems difficult. This one here, I could see why you would say it seems difficult. It definitely is a big canvas. It's about maybe double our size. This is 576 by 324. The canvas size we'll be using is 144 by 144. Also, speaking of, let me make sure I do clouds study and save this guy here so that we can also have it, that way we don't lose it, and save that guy there. And I believe Necrotype dev time is clocking at a smidge over 24 hours now. Almost certainly. I said the first game was 24. Second one, not quite. And what I want to do here is I want to take a look at how the artist decided to layer theirs. As usually when you get the references for Pixelart, so for example, if I go into here, or when you get the files, it's not, for example here, we have something from, I believe this is Stardew Valley. It's one singular file, and you usually have to kind of break it down into chunks. What this person has done, this lovely artist here, is that they come with layers. So for example here, if I hide all of this guy, they break it down into how they decided to structure it. So they start off with a background. Next up then, they add the back clouds. Next up then, they add a little bit of a shooting star. And next up, they add a front cloud. So it makes it easier to figure out and dissect what's going on in this art since we have a little bit of insight. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy looking at time lapses when it comes to learning art, since you can kind of get an idea of what's going on in the artist's mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up, let's see, concepts here. You should be able to see it. And we're going to write a bit of notes here, as today's all about kind of just dissection. And that's handy, they include layer data. They didn't include layer data, they included layer, like PNGs. What I did is I downloaded all the PNGs and I sorted all of the layers. So there's no data going on here, but you can certainly manually do it. And again, if you do want to get this artwork, because I think it's going to be very handy, it will be in, if I click on this, exclamation study, and it'll be at the very bottom, and it should say, oh no, I lost the name. Oh no, it should say free sky with cloud backgrounds Pixelart set. That should be the one. And let me go ahead and click on here. I'm gonna need to watch some Bob Ross. I thought about doing Bob Ross today. I did, but I decided against it. I decided, you know what? We'll be fine. Okay, so to start, we are going to subtract, well, let's talk about the layer numbers, I guess. I think that'd be a better way. So let me go here and put you here. And gotcha, that's better than a property or proprietary file type. PNGs work with mostly any layer-driven program then. Yeah, I was really surprised, but pleasantly surprised. Surprised, there we are, not surprised. Okay, let me move you possibly to about here. Let me see if I can make this a little bit easier to look at. Possibly here, I'll move it up. I'll make this guy a little bit smaller, about there-ish. And now you should be able to see when I write the notes down. So let's see, move you about here. Okay, so step one, breaking it down. It's separated into 4 layers. So we'll do layers, L-L-A, and you should be able to see this. Yeah, L-A-Y-E-R-I-E-R-S, layers. And on our layers, we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we have 4. And what describes each of these layers? And hello, beautiful! Hi, Tawak, welcome into stream here. Welcome in. I hope you've been nice. Oh, I hope you've been nice. I hope you've been fine. And nice as well, you know. That means a lot, especially you know, someone of your I'm sure you get what I mean. Alright, to start off with layer 1, what are things we notice? I would say layer 1 is in the very back. What's some other things? I would say layer 1 is all just about the background. So we'll do background, B-A-C-K-G-R-O-U-N-D. Background, and what an amazing stream, so nice! To find fun devs on Twitch. Should I follow? I know threatening's being done here, are you sure you check? And should my follow up here? I'm hoping Tawak, maybe, it might appear. But I appreciate the sentiment. And what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to find the recipe of this. So we're not trying to, what's the best way to do it? We're breaking it down. So we're trying to find the recipe. If we were to do this artwork, how would we go about it? That's what we're doing. A drum noise. It does! Thank you for the follow, Toak. And welcome in. And from background, I would also say dithering's going on here. So I'll put dithering. D-I-T-H-E-R-I-N-G. Dithering. I see some dithering going on. And when I'm talking about dithering, what I mean is also this guy's a little bit too, I think the sizing is a little bit off. So let me move this guy a little bit smaller. That way it's a little bit easier on my eyes. Move you about up there. If I make you a little bit bigger here, possibly you'll be able to see the notes a little bit better. Something like that there and that there. When I talk about dithering, and we've talked about it before, dithering is a way to blend colors without using a gradient. In this case, if I zoom in, you can kind of see if you squint a little bit that there's some lines going on here. And there's about, I'd say, maybe 3 colors going on here. If we make a new layer and I just grab all 3 colors. So let's go up to here and we'll go up to here. So we have first this light blue color, this one right here. We also have this color right here. And we also have this color right here. So it's a changing of colors between, oh, hold on. Are you a different color? I can't tell. Hold on. Visible on that again. We have that color, that color. No, they're different colors. Lovely. And let's see, notes look fine too on peasant resolution. Hopefully they're not too tiny. I'll have to figure out a different way to structure that. Maybe put the notes on the side, like over, maybe over here can work. Hold on, let's see. I do something like this here and then this here, and then we do something like that there. Maybe the notes can feel a little bit nicer if I do something like that instead. We'll try that in peasant resolution. Oh boy. And all dithering is the hope of dithering is that you're able to blend colors together without using gradients. So for example here, I believe this is, let's see. Let's grab our clouds again. I just want to get a good reference on what's going on here. We have this color initially. Then we have next up, let's see. I grab this color next. So this one right here. Yeah, it is a little bit darker. So that color, and then we have the lightest color at the front here, this light color. There we are. And it's an idea of the ability to blend these colors together. And there's different ways to do dithering. People do it in all sorts of different ways. And one thing I like about dithering, and let me also put this behind me, is that you can stylize it. When people say dithering, what they usually think of, and let me see if I can do it with the tool, an Aseprite. If I click on here, there should be a gradient tool, and it says dithering. If I set it to this 2x2, I think this will work. If I then do this guy here, nope, hold on, this guy here, there we are. Something like this here, and then I grab this color, and then I also do the dithering about here, hold on, about here-ish, like that there. There we go. Usually people think of dithering in sort of this, what's the word I'm looking for? Checkered pattern, but some people can get creative, and I do love the idea of just the creativity when it comes to it. For example, if I just make this guy here, what some people do is they do what you saw earlier with the clouds. They decide to make their dithering lines. So if I scroll out a little bit and we hide this guy for just a quick second, you should see lines are how they decide to blend the colors together. And I think it's a really neat way of doing dithering. This still counts as dithering because they're blending lines together. A nice cheese board. And my question then becomes, is there a rhyme to their method? Is it just different lengths of lines? And to answer that question, I don't think so. When I look at this, I'm thinking how they do it is they have very thick lines towards where there's a lot of color, and then as you transition to the next color, the lines get thinner and they kind of fade out. That's how they decide to do it. And a friend of mine is doing a series of videos on visual effects on 3D games. One of those is about dithering, very nice topic. Dithering is something I'd like to get better at, but I still don't quite understand. So that's very interesting to hear, Toak. Very, very interesting. So when I see their dithering, what I think they're doing is they are, and oh, hold on. I don't know why I wasn't showing earlier. Hold on. Let me grab this preview guy. There we are. So you can kind of see it a little bit better. So this is with, if I move you about here, this is a little bit of dithering if it were just the lines or the dots. We also have, let's see if I can slide this guy over to this style here. So you can kind of see all 3 in comparison. Let me also try the one that the artist does. So let's see here. If I go to you here, we saw earlier the idea of the lines being super duper thick. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do something here where it starts off with being 3, a bit of 3 lines here. Then maybe it goes to maybe like 2 lines here. So possibly we can do 2 lines like this here. And then we have 1 line like that there. I could see this possibly being a thing. And with each stream, I want to get Aseprite even more. Well, check. You don't have to get Aseprite. Oh, if you do get Aseprite, you can. There are methods to get it free. If I do !PIXELARTGS, that should help as well. And there's also a program you can get that is basically Aseprite. It's called Sprite, I believe. I might be saying Sprite. I believe it's called Sprite. And that one too is Aseprite, but just a little bit tweaked. So if you want options, it's there for you to use. And what I'm seeing here as well is that the I don't think, maybe because of how small it is, it's a little bit too much. So I'm shrinking it down just a little bit to possibly something like this. So we have a lighter color here, darker color blending into light. That's what we saw initially first, right? So darker color blending into this light color. And it seems to be the case, it's this middle color that blends into the other two colors. So what we'll do is we'll hide this guy here, we'll move this guy here, we'll move this guy up, and we'll do the same exact pattern. So we're going to grab this color here, skip one, add in the two lines here, and then add in the singular line here, something like that. And that's how they decide to do their dithering, which I think it's so stylistic. I do enjoy it. Some people add bubbles or lines or zigzags or hearts, and I think there's ways. I'm hoping maybe if some of the references, we can see the ways people get creative, but specifically the style, the dithering is used as, the dithering is lines instead of more of this sort of checkerboardy guy. So let's start there. Let's go ahead and go to our Cloud study guy here, and let me actually move you to now up here to make you hopefully a little bit easier to see. Let's start off with that. Let's start off with the three colors, and let's see what we can come up with. And again, the idea is that we're not copying what's going on, we're breaking it down. So for example, here, it's not a thing of me it's trying to understand it. That's what I'm trying to do ultimately. It's a thing of first seeing what's going on and then applying. For example, here, this is a different canvas size than the big one here. So it also helps in the sense of, I'm not just looking at this guy here and doing one-to-one. And isn't dithering just smoothing? Yep. It is smoothing or blending of colors. I like to call it as blending, but it's also smoothing. Yep. And for example, a non-dither font looks too crisp and pixelated. Yep. It is just a way that things get blended together. For example, I think I can grab here. If I grab this color and this color here and do this here, I should be able to go back to that gradient tool idea. Let's see, gradient tool. If I go to no dithering, I think this will work. This isn't dithering, but this is how a program might usually do it. What sets Pixelart a little bit different is that when it comes to trying to blend multiple colors together, since in Pixelart, usually a lot of colors aren't used. So if I zoom in here, you should see on the side down here, colors get changed. It's gradual. What dithering decides to do is it uses less colors while still trying to blend in. And last time I tried compiling Aseprite, my potato got crippled. Oh, I see. And Aseprite's on a level that's a little bit better than Magma. I see. That is unfortunate. There are a few programs I'm watching that are coming out recently, but I will certainly keep you updated. That is certainly a shame though. Let's see. And yeah, the gradient here. Dithering is just that, but it's done with less colors. It's choosing where to blend. I think I've heard of some Nevada research for making this type of gradient better. Interesting. Haven't heard of it before, but that's interesting to know that research is being done. So what I'll do is I'll grab our initial color to start off, and we're going to call this our background layer. So I'm going to do background. There we are. Actually, you know what? Let me make it into a folder here. New folder. It should allow me to do it. New group. Yep. And we're going to call this instead background. BCKGRLUND. Background. That's what we're going to do instead. And we're going to call this, it doesn't matter on these guys specifically. We just want the bottom one. So we have this color to use. We also have this color, and we also have the other color. And if we're looking at the art all in all, what's the ratio when it comes to the colors? It seems to be the case, very little of the light color at the bottom, mostly this top color, and a little bit of equal. So if I had to just thinking in terms of numbers, I'd say it's like 60% of this color, and then 20% here and 20% here, maybe a little bit less. Let's take that into consideration. We'll go ahead and grab this color here, use that color instead, since that's the dominant color. We'll then grab this color here, this medium color. We'll go ahead and do it about at the bottom here. We'll go ahead and fill that in. And then we'll go ahead and grab the bottom color and put it about here. And thank you, Medusa T. Destined for the follow. And welcome into stream. Welcome to trying to dissect clouds. I hope you enjoy. Let's see. And we'll grab this bottom color here. So that's how it's kind of sectioned off with the use of colors and the ratio of colors. From there, we'll then try the dithering method with using the lines. And thank you to Scary Pastry. What a lovely name as well. Welcome into stream. And thank you for the follow. So we'll go ahead and we'll hide as well. I don't think we need concepts just at this moment, so I'll hide that guy. And it's a little bit difficult to get everything on screen. I can certainly say that. We'll move this guy about here, I'd say. Maybe a little bit better. And then we'll go back to here. So next up will be blending the layers. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna merge this guy down, so I think it's fine, and we'll go ahead and duplicate it. And from there, we'll just keep this guy as our base guy, the guy we initially had. And now let's try blending the colors a little bit. So what I'll do, and also, just as a tip, if you didn't know, if you want this sidebar, whether it's at the bottom, so for example, at the very bottom here, you can move it to the left, you can move it to the right, you can move it anywhere you'd like. If you want it to go away, all you have to do is click Tab. And small screen estate, yeah, it's a little tricky. I would love it if I could pop it out, but when I try to move it out, Aseprite just said, nope, you must remain within these bounds, which is a little unfortunate, but you know what? I'm willing to accept it for I do enjoy Aseprite. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, and if I zoom out all the way, you should be able to see the full piece here. I think that's good enough. So what we'll do is what we did before, right? With the idea of separating the colors, we have a very thick line, possibly at the bottom here. Then we go for maybe a little bit of a thinner line here, maybe something like this here. And then maybe we go for a really thin line about here. Something like that there could maybe work. I think maybe it's a bit too thick. If we go back here, you can kind of see. It also depends on the size of the, what is it? It's the size too. So because we're dealing with a smaller size, anything we do, especially if we do it one-to-one, is going to feel a lot bigger since this canvas has more space to work with. So let's do a little bit left. Let's try to modify it a little bit. For example, maybe what we can do is grab this guy, make him 1, maybe then grab this guy down, make him maybe a little bit of 2 or 3. I'm wondering as well, we have kind of two lines that are the same size, and then we get thinner, then we get a little bit thicker, and a little bit thinner again. So maybe what we can do here is do this instead, something like that there. Then maybe we can add a little bit of small line here, move you up a little bit to that one guy here, and do something like, hold on, make sure contiguous is checked there, something like that instead, possibly for our blend. And then from there, let's see. Actually, as well, I want to do it a little bit more evenly. So I'm going to move this guy here, and then I'm going to slide this guy up. And then I'm also going to do you here and here, like so. I think I like this a little bit better. And then what I'll do is I will select this guy. So I'll go ahead and do Control C, and then I'll do Control V to paste it. I'll then do Control H, I believe should shift it. Hold on. I slide this guy up. Is it Control V? Yes, Control V changes it to be upside down. We'll then slide it to where it is about here-ish, and then we'll just grab the off color, so this light blue color, and I should be able to, if I uncheck contiguous and do it here with the bucket tool, it should then just reverse what we have on the other side, giving us a bit of a blend style. So I think that works, and since ads are about to start, we'll let them start, and then we will continue on with the breakdown. So we've now figured out layer 1, the first level here. So let's go ahead now and talk about the second layer, which seems to be the initial start of the cloud feeling. So when we get back, we'll do that. And let me go ahead and click on the guy here. Yep, should be ad break. And Lex looks so cute, anime-ish. Yes, indeed. I can certainly say I am a big fan of the painterly style. I really enjoy and I really love the anime feel. But one thing I will never say no to is a good Ghibli art style. And that is something I also aspire to do. I want my clouds, I want my landscapes and sceneries to be this sort of paint. And to any of you who don't happen to know anything of Ghibli, I happen to have come prepared for this certain occasion. But if you could wave a magic wand, I would like my scenery to eventually look like this, with the small tones and color. For example, the little bit of pink going on here, the little bit of orange. If I could, and the hope is that eventually I will. I just can't snap my fingers at the moment. But eventually, I like to have this soft feeling. This soft, fluffy clouds that feel like paint is something I strive to be. This is, you can maybe even call it an inspo board. And Ghibli is a huge inspiration to me in all areas. Yeah, I'm telling you. The flora, so all of the plants, the look of the trees in the background, also too, something I'd like to get better at. And they have awesome music, visuals, and history. I think that's his history. I do agree, yeah, 100%. And something I'll say as well, I'll wait until the ad breaks come back, if I can remember. But yeah, I'd say when we were talking about the Pixelart of the day, just as an example, it's that thing of finding things you enjoy, finding things you like, and once you find what you like, then trying to break it down and understand why you like it. So that's why we do the Pixelart of the days. For example, we could have even had the cloud study just be the Pixelart of the day, the clouds we're currently looking at, because it's a thing of, I like this thing, now I'll try and to figure out why I like the thing. And once you figure out the why, you can then deconstruct it and rise it from the dead and figure out your style. And first out I've gotten in months, and it's for the Twitch Turbo, aka the no subs. And story, I see, story. That makes a lot more sense, yeah, story. I can certainly say, sometimes I get confused with the movies, but I'm so entranced in the art that the story kind of goes to the back of the mind as I'm just like, ooh, ah. Let's see here. Let me get some water. Lovely. Water has been acquired. Alright, with all that said and done, ads should just about be up. And speaking of, let me move this guy back here. Let me move this guy back down. Let's see. We aren't really using any of you guys at the moment. So I can go ahead and bring you back into draw here. Lovely. Okay, and next thing we'll do the stretches, since I was chatting too much to do the stretches. So on the next ad break, we will do that. Let me go and save this guy. Let me go ahead and subtract you. And once we come back from there, we can do a little bit of stretches while we're waiting. So we'll do some extras because those are my favorite. So we'll go to the left just a smidge. And then we'll go to the right just a smidge.
Check 14 just
I suppose
redeemed
that works just mandatory as well. And welcome back everyone from the ad break. Alrighty then, hold on. We'll do, I suppose, maybe some back ones as well. So we'll go to the right a little bit with some back stretches. And then we'll also go to the left a little bit with some back stretches. And then we'll go back a little bit. And then we'll go forward a little bit. I need MVP. My mind was right on this day. Alrighty, stretches are good to go. Thank you for the redeem check. Alrighty then, so step 2 to recreating this art is to look at the next layer. And what are things we can observe about this guy here? Observe? What are some things we can observe from looking at this art? Let me slide it a little bit more. We'll bring back up our concepts guy here. So layer 2 seems to be not the background, but kind of the, what would you call it? The back clouds. We kind of have, yeah, I'd call this the back clouds. So we'll say B-A-C-K, back, C-L-O-U-D-S, back clouds, or back cloud, back clouds. Is there anything to note about these back clouds? I would say the back clouds consist of 2 colors, and we'll also put that there as well on the background here. So if I just make this guy a little bit smaller, that way you can see it to about up there should work. Yes, lovely. So we'll say 2 colors. So 2, C-O-L-O-R-S, 2 colors. And this one's got 3 colors. So I'll just put a little 3 there, and then we'll just copy that, and we should be able to just, there you go, 3 colors. There you go. Lovely. So the background has 3 colors. It has dithering, and then this one has 2 colors. And anything else to note? I would say they use a lot of round shapes here. So we'll also add that too. I think that'll be something to take into account. So we'll go ahead, we'll move this guy here, we'll drag this guy down here, and we'll say, and we'll add comma here, and we'll go with, let's see, round colors. Round, R-O-U-N-D. Round, comma, that's not round, that is not round. Round, comma, shaping, S-H-A-P-I-N-G. Round and shaping. I think that's also something to take into notice. So we'll go ahead, move this guy, hold on, move this guy up here, and then save it. And what do I mean by this? Usually, when I look at colors, when I'm trying to break down the highlights of something, and it gets really complicated because there's so many colors going on, what I do is I choose one specific color to look at. And let me see if I can get a good example, as this is something I did recently when I did a study on, let's see, trees. If I grab, I should have it available somewhere along the lines here. Yes, I do. Lovely. Okay, I can grab this guy here. You should be able to see it. And nice orberation. What's that word? Never heard of that one. Orberation? Oh boy, here. When I break it down, I look at this art here. This art is from Stardew Valley. And I look at this tree. A lot of colors exist. So what I do is I remove all the colors until I'm left with a base color. So what I'll do is I initially grab and I remove a color. So we start off with all of these colors. I first remove that highlighty zingy color. No longer highlighty zingy. Next color I then remove is this light green. So light green's now been removed. Next color I remove then another light green. So we remove that light green. And you continue on and on until you get the idea of what that art is. And by breaking it down, you leave yourself with steps that you can then do. So for example, I then followed it step by step. So this was Stardew Valley, this was my palm tree. And then I went bit by bit until I started adding the colors, adding the shape idea, until at the very bottom, this is Stardew Valley. This is my licking and breaking down. So that's the feel we're going for. So let me go ahead and let me close this guy here. Next up here, and is this also called rendering like in drawing? I suppose you could call it rendering, yeah, but I would say maybe mine's more so reverse rendering. I think rendering is usually fleshing out the details, right? So yeah, I think you could call it rendering. I just do it backwards. And so you suck all the joy from the life of the thing? I'm going to guess that was suck. No, I return it all right. So what we're going to do here is that we have two options. If I switch it back to black and white mode, you can see we have a highlight color and a shadow color. So we can either add highlights to the art or add shadow to the art. What I mean by that is that if we duplicate this page, so duplicate it here, and we'll duplicate it again, and we'll go ahead and let's see here, you here, I grab the color. We can either start off, if it lets me, hold on, undo, hide you, okay. We'll hide you and then show you here. There we are. And I fill in this here. So we can either start like this and draw on the light, or we can start like this and draw on the shading, like that. So there's two options you can go. I usually enjoy either. Well, it depends. Sometimes I like to add the shading. Sometimes I like to add the light. And what I mean by that, to explain a little bit more, is that, for example, here, we have the two colors, right? And if I grab this guy here, this is the shade. And if I go to the one with lighting, what you would then do is you would take something like this, you would make your canvas a little bit bigger. Mine is, it's dying, my computer's not happy with me. But from here, you would add in the shades of the cloud. That's something you could do. But if you find that to be difficult, another method you could do, and I think this one might be our best bet, is you would add the light. So if I hide this guy and we start off with the dark base, you would then just go here and add the light, and then you might do, like, for example, let's see, I grab my bucket tool here. You would then say, okay, that's highlighted. So we're gonna try that. And nice ice cream, you're the best. How silly. There's no ice cream though, it's quite puffy. And hey, first time catching up on one of your streams, your content's really helpful. Well, thank you, subject ATN, possibly. Welcome into stream, and I'm glad to hear it's handy. I'm glad you're finding it to be helpful. Your PC is dying. just a little bit, all right? You know what? To see if it really is just the big file I have here, what we're going to do is we're going to close this. We will come here, maybe, but I'm going to save it and close it. Let's see if that does, am I better? Am I moving a little bit better, possibly? And also, let's see, close this guy too. Did that help? Did that make me less stuttery? Was it really those files? I can't quite tell, but do let me know. Oh boy. I think we'll go with the idea of adding light. So what I'll go ahead and do is I will remove this guy here, and we'll go back to our initial guy. And hi, Anne. Welcome to stream. Welcome, and moving in 20 FPS. Is it a little bit better now that those files have been closed? We'll go ahead and reveal this guy here. I don't think you want to know. Is it worse? Oh no. Oh, that's not good. That's never good, I tell you. Oh boy. Let's see here. So we have our background. That's the first layer. And considering the fact that it seems to be the case, you know, no, we'll keep this here. We'll then do back clouds. Clouds. C-L-O-U-D. No, that's clouds. That is how you spell clouds. However, you need to be a group. You need to be a folder. So we're just gonna copy you. Then we're gonna go to you, paste you here, and then you just do a new layer there. There we go. It's good to go. Lovely. Okay. Another thing to consider, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but just overall composition. The thing is, this guy here, and oh, you can tell it's lagging. I don't know if you can tell, but it's just the size of this file itself it's not happy with me. I can say that for certain. We have some clouds in this corner, a little bit, and some clouds in here. So it's kind of like a little bit of a wave going up and down. And there's a lot of what seems to be the case. And that's interesting to note too. Despite the fact that it's detailed at the very bottom here, it gets covered up by the clouds. That's quite curious. You would think maybe just because it's not a part of it at the very end of the art piece, so at the very end here, because it's not covered, or because it's covered, you wouldn't do it. But this artist, no. They went the step, what do you call it? The step forward, the mile forward, and the added at the back. I think that's really nice. And it's the little things I think is quite sweet. So let's see here. What we'll try to do is we'll try to add our little cloud guys here. And ooh, I can feel myself freezing. The extra mile. Yes, that's what it is. The extra mile. Thank you. Yeah, they went the extra mile. We'll go ahead and move that about there, that there. Lovely. And now, this was a technique I attempted to do when it came to adding in the kind of bubbly feeling you see when it comes to cloud textures, but I could never quite figure out if I liked it, if I didn't like it. A thing you can do in Aseprite, and maybe you can do it in other programs too, but you can head on over to this guy here, and it is your spray tool. And the spray tool is pretty neat if you can understand it. I acknowledge that it exists. Whether I understand it is up to debate, but with each attempt at trying, I understand a little bit more, is the hope. So if I just click it, you can see here it's 1 pixel, the spray is 1, and we also have the spray speed as 1. If I drag my guy across the board, hold on, is this the right color? Let me just make sure that we're also, no, you're good. Let me also make sure we have this color here. Are we also good here? Yes, indeedy. Okay, and that's just the way it is. If we, for example, just were to up the spray size and drag it around, still nothing. All right, let's try upping the, what's this called? The spray width. Up that a little bit, and we'll also up the speed a little bit. If we do that, we kind of get a little bit of a fluffy spray, wouldn't you say? And then you can kind of just modify it to whatever you think could feel like cloud. And if you happen to like the one I end up using, you should be able to, if you go to that spray tool up here, just see the numbers up here, you can enter them in. But I would say, give a go at seeing and trying out a few different ones to see if you, and crank this one all the way up. How does that feel? Okay, that's super big. We don't want super big. We're going for small and fluffy. What if we crank this one all the way up? Okay, that one makes more of a brush. So let's bring it back down a little bit. Maybe we increase the pixels of this a little bit more. So if I go ahead and delete this guy here, okay, a little bit too big. Let's make it a little bit thinner. Maybe something like this here, and the Fluffinator. Exactly, the Fluffinator 3000. Or it's usually 9,000. And the sheep looks a lot like clouds, to be fair. Well, I have tried to know a sheep in the past. It didn't go well, but I'm hoping with today's study, well, done, we'll be able to, at some point, do the sheep again. I think I like this, 657. I think that works out. So, let's see. One thing to also note is that the clouds seem to always go above that bottom layer. That's something to note. We also have the clouds going above, let's see, above the top layer too. And most of the clouds, for most of it, goes between these two, this sort of area here. So with that in mind, we can know for certain, we can go ahead and cover up, I'd say, possibly this area here, maybe a little bit more of this area here. Let's go ahead and cover that up. I can then use my bucket tool. I think if I check this off, is that good? Nope. We need to do a check on contiguous. And then also make sure our brush is filling in spaces as we fill this guy in here and brush in the rest of it here. Like that. There we go. So it's to start off something like this here with a little bit of fluff. We can also add a little bit of fluff ourselves. For example, you can kind of add a little bit of fluff, and I'm kind of just lightly patting on the tablet here to see if I can do something, just going for little arcs or curves. And the hope is just to get a shape you enjoy. That's step 1. I think something like this works out fine. I think it works out well. It has that little bit of hill mountain that we had going on here, right? A little bit up here, and it goes down a little bit. There's a little bit of oomph there. And then we kind of go up it a little bit more. So maybe we could even add a little bit more, but I think how this up and down works quite fine. And ever notice that there are 2 things that I can change? I can use it now to make fluffy grass. Ooh, I would love to do another grass study. I'm not happy with how my grass last left off, but I would love to do another fluffy grass study. Fluffy, fun, I tell you. Things that are soft and fluffy, quite on my favorite list. So I've got a bit of a guy here. If we go back to this guy and I were to hide, see you here, okay, that's that there. Let's do, nope, we're not making a new layer. We are duplicating this layer. Right now, we're paying specifically attention to shapes. So with that said, and if, hold on, I undo, redo, there we are. Okay, and make sure contiguous. I just want to get the shape of it down. You can kind of see it looks, there's a little bit of, it reminds me of maybe a bit of a wig. There's some curves going on here that are super defined. So looking at their curves, you then can kind of look at mine and think, okay, not very defined. So maybe let's zoom in and see if we can add a little bit more shape going on. So let's see here. Maybe a little bit of that going on, kind of a little bit over there. We've got the base of it down, so maybe we can add a little bit more curving going on now. Like maybe something like that there. Maybe a little bit, depends. That's why I like using the brush, because I think it helps in the sense of it keeps me from feeling like it's too, what's the word I'm looking for? It keeps it feeling random, I think, is something that, because I always tend to get a little bit too caught in the details. So, like, I think, you know what, let's stick with this. Let's not do too much. We are going for something a little bit on the painterly side. And maybe you need to draw more fluffy animals next time the topic comes around. I do agree, yeah. More fluff, I agree, 100%. Something like that here. Maybe a little bit of this guy here. And then maybe a little bit, nope, I think this is fine. I think this feels a little bit more like fluffy clouds. However, what's something I should have done is, and I'll undo this guy here. Do. New layer, paste. There we are. So you can kind of see. That way we can keep it in layers to see the change. So it went from looking like this to a little bit more floof this. I think this is a little bit nicer. However, kind of think maybe we could remove some of the floof down here a smidge and modify this area here. Because it's supposed to not be, or it's supposed to look at the whole, trying to modify the very small portions also might not be a good idea, but it depends. It just depends on if you prefer to go a little bit more in detail. But the thing is, usually 9 times out of 10, the person viewing the art is not going to see that specific detail unless they are looking for it. So if you can just get the art looking 80% good, most people are going to say, man, this is 100% good. So it's the thing of, you don't have to do too much, you just have to try, which I think is also nice to remember. Okay, I think this is good to go. It feels like this guy here, most of the bottom side. So now that we have this, this big piece here, one of these days I will make a big guy, but for now we keep it small. Now that we have this, next step is going to be to add on that shading. So if we look at this guy here, you can kind of see not shading here, shading here. And I think this is to do with the way the light works. So if I just grab, let's see here, new layer here, and I just grab an arrow here, I think why. And it's another thing of just learning how the object works. So for example, if you're trying to learn about trees, learning maybe how the way the tree grows, going to science there can help you understand how to draw a tree. In this case, learning what makes up a cloud could help. What I'm trying to understand is why is this area highlighted? Not this area, but then we kind of also have, telling the lag is crazy. This area is not highlighted. This area is. And I did read that. Good. I'm thinking it's because the light is coming, and I didn't expect the life-changing quotes. Are they really life-changing? What I'm thinking is that, and let me do, just a little bit of yellow, but up here, just up here, the sunlight is raining down on here, and I'm thinking this guy is in full view of that sun. That's why there's a lot of light going on here. This guy, the sunlight is on the opposite side. So we don't even see that sunlight. This guy here, because maybe it's flat, we get a little bit more sunlight. So, with taking this into account, where do we want the sunlight to show? And since we're trying to keep towards that style, we'll have it coming from the left and maybe a little bit from the right. But I might more so pay attention to the left. So that's what we're trying to keep in mind. So back to ours. Let's just grab that color there, save it here. Next up, what we're going to do is focus on these guys. But to remember, something else too, is the transition between these two colors. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate this just so we have another guy saved up. And something you can do is, there's 2 ways you can color this. One way is you can use the wand tool. So I click W, or you can click up here, the wand tool. That way you don't go out of it. That's one way you can do it. A way I've been exploring recently is the shading tool of Aseprite. And to do that, what you would do is you would grab the 2 colors you would want to transition to. You can use more colors, but I'm trying to learn the basics of it. But I would grab first that initial color. Then you would click this button here to add it to your palette. And then you would click on the next color you want. So in this case, we want this color next. And I'll grab this color. So we have the 2 colors. From there, what you would do is you click this guy, this ink color, and you would click shading. I have it as C on my computer. And what this allows you to do is if I swap between the 2 colors, I don't have to look at the outline anymore to keep within the boundaries. So what the shading this guy does is if I were to just scribble, it locks it in for me, so I don't have to worry about it. And also, I can just swap the colors, so I'm using X here to swap between the 2, and then I can just go back over it. So it kind of leaves you within borders without having to. And the more colors you add, the more you can kind of get fun with the shading tool. I think it's pretty neat. So we'll go back, we'll undo this guy here. What we need to do is pay attention to the shapes that are being done in the clouds now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this guy here. And I'm going to scroll in here. Is there anything we can kind of take into point? What I'm seeing is, what I'm noticing here, if I grab you here, hide you here, there's a bit of shading going on, just a smidge. For example here, if let's see if it'll let me, back to simple ink here. Yep. We have a shape going on here along the side, kind of like a fluffy shape for our shadows. And then along here, we have little bits, little curves, it seems like, underneath places and kind of beside places where the shadows are. So let's try to keep that in mind. Let me go ahead and make you smaller here. So we'll go back, and I'm wondering as well, can we use the shading tool with the brush? So if I go to our, let's see here, our spray paint brush, this guy here, you can. Interesting. So we can grab that spray paint, go back to our shading here, and now it's oh, that's pretty neat. I do have to say. Okay, lovely. Now, my question is as well, the top of this guy does have a little bit of lighting too, so keeping that in mind, let's see. We'll add a little bit here, add a little bit here. So we know for certain, probably most of this area is going to be in that light. So we'll do that here. And hi, Rudy. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. So we'll add a little bit possibly about here. We'll clean it up in a smidge, but we just want to get something down, something like that here. And then there seems to be the case of nothing here, maybe a little bit here. So possibly we can add just maybe a little bit here, something like that there. I think that's just enough, and now we just need to clean it up a smidge. So go ahead and duplicate this guy again, just so we can keep a copy of before cleanup, after cleanup. Let's see if we can take our brush and also our other tools, so our shading tool here, see if we can clean it up a little bit. So for example, we saw in some areas where the light was beneath the clouds and it was kind of a little bit fluffy. If I can hide this, you can kind of see a little bit more. There's curves going on here. There's shapes of roundness going on in some areas. So we're trying to keep it round and fluffy. And you have the budget for that many welcomes? Many! Unlimited budgets, I tell you! I make the rules around here, and all expense paid to welcoming visits. Let's see here. So I'm kind of just going back and forth. And in this case, another thing you could do with Aseprite is you could put this guy over here, and then I could just do this, but I don't know if that's going to lag it. So my art's on the left, and the official art's on the right. So we can do something like this, go back to mine, and that way we can get a better comparison. But you can also screenshot it. I don't know if this is going to lag my Aseprite, so we'll see. So looking at this guy, I want to try to do something like this, where underneath some of the clouds is that little bit of fluff going on. So I'm thinking maybe we can add a little bit underneath here, and then there's a little bit of fluff going on here. So maybe we can modify it a little bit when you're not going too detailed. That's the whole point. Just a little bit to hopefully make it seem like there's something going on here. So I kind of like, let's see, undo that. I liked this a little bit more, and I want to keep it fluffy. So maybe we can do a little bit of a round here, a rounding pattern down here, something like that, where it's got a little bit of a twist going on, maybe something down there. I quite like that. I think that could work. Maybe we can round it out a little bit more, make it a little bit more on the fluffy side. So let's see, possibly like that there. Maybe that bit of curl. I quite like the curls. I will tell you, I will never not ever say no to curls. So something like that there for a bit of a curl. Then maybe what we can do is add another curl up here. So we'll add one possibly, well, hold on. It always enters in from this point, right? So let's not do that. Let's instead maybe add a little bit more floof around here. Maybe also a little bit more floof around here and here, just in these areas to make it seem like it's also coming out a little bit more. And then let's see if we can add maybe that there to make it look like it's entering. Maybe even a little bit underneath here to add a little bit more of that edge there. And we're just trying to see if we can make some sort of understanding of what's going on. Though I can't quite tell you if it'll work. Just an idea of trying first. So we'll go ahead and add that there. Add that, oh, hold on. Remove that a little bit there. Maybe a little bit more floof around here. So a little bit more out here, a little bit more puffy, possibly we can go for. Something like, you know what? I think you're a little bit too much puff. Let's remove that puff a little bit here. And here I thought we might be able to get to another landscape or do a bigger study, but really this might take all the 4 hours. I'm not quite sure. The thing is, once you do something a lot of times, hopefully it'll take you less time. But since I haven't done this in ages, maybe we really just will stick to clouds today. We'll see. I'm hoping not, as I do like to cover different things, but we could always do it. If we do run out of time, we'll just do a continuation next week. So rest assured, we'll get to the things I want to. It's just a matter of time. Maybe something like that there, but I also think having it kind of pop out. So maybe we can have it kind of grab this guy here, flatten flatten it out a little bit, have it kind of curve in here. Can work out for a little bit of puff here. I do quite like that though. I think this guy should have a little bit more puff. Possibly can come out like this here, and maybe make it a little bit rounder like that here. Something like that there. I think will work out. Yeah, I like this. And Pixelorama doesn't have brushes. Oh, that's the thing I'm thinking of. I think it's Pixelorama. Pixelorama. P-I-X-E-L-R-A-M-A. Pixelorama. Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you. Yeah, you can see though, I started off with brushes, but now I'm using I'm using a basic brush to get more detail. So I started off with brushes as like a draft to hopefully allow me to get a better idea of what I'm going for. But that's a shame. I wonder if the mobile ones I've seen before have the brush tool. That is certainly a shame. Let's see here. Kind of like a wispy guy going on here. I tried my best to make it a little bit rounder. We have another kind of fluffy round guy that I don't want to disturb. However, maybe we can do like this guy here and have a little bit of it kind of fold in. So we'll go ahead, have this guy kind of maybe mold in a little bit here together. Though it seems to be the case that this guy also usually comes out when it's kind of folded in. Let's try to also add a little bit here, maybe a little bit here. Let's see about here, maybe a little bit more here. Like that. I quite like the little kind of too fluffy bit there. Maybe afterwards we can have another guy come in. So maybe about here. And you can kind of see too, when the areas come underneath, there's a little bit of fluff going on. And I want to keep to the idea of swirls because swirls usually tend to be my favorite thing to do. And I'd like to kind of try to keep it. So we have maybe a bit of a swirl here. Maybe then we can have another swirl kind of coming up here. So possibly we can have it come in. Maybe another kind of swirl kind of coming in a little bit here, possibly. Something like this here might be a little bit too thick. But you know what? I'll keep it. For now at least. Right now we're just trying to get things on the board. So I'll keep it. Something a little bit thicker. And then there's also sometimes it at the bottom. So maybe we can also have it come out down a little bit here. Maybe a little bit here. And then also maybe we can have maybe a fluffy piece in here. So maybe something like that here. And then maybe we can add another swirl here so it doesn't feel like it's too different. So maybe kind of a swirl inwards, then a swirl can come. Something like this here. So I'm trying to embed the swirls together. Going a little bit off of what this is here. But that's the point, is that you find what you like about the piece and then you kind of modify it to your enjoyment. So maybe we can add a little bit here, something like that there. Maybe a little bit more here. And then let's see, down there a little bit. And why I'm paying attention especially to this one so much is because this seems to be very detailed. And then this guy over here. So these are really the only two we have to pay attention to, at least so far. Let's see here. We have you kind of coming out about here. Maybe you can kind of go about there. I think that works. Maybe a little bit more here and then a little bit more like that there. Maybe we can have this guy come in a little bit more, possibly about there, maybe even there. And then from there, we have you kind of come around and down, maybe something like that there, though I think you can kind of go there. Maybe then you can kind of come out a little bit more, so you look more wispy. That's the hope we're going for. Wispy. Okay. I think then, let's see. We kind of have a little bit of also blending. Some of the clouds are going on top. So maybe we can add a little bit here with some of the clouds kind of going overboard. So maybe we can have a little bit of also curls going on here to show off. Hey, look, some of them are coming inwards a little bit with our shading. So maybe a little bit of a curl here. Maybe then a little bit more cloud here. And then maybe another curl here as well. Have that kind of come up as well. Something like that there. Something where it feels natural enough, but still stylized. Something like that there. And then maybe we can have this guy kind of come in. Something like that there. Something kind of down and around town quite. That's just curls. Curls here and there. I think that'll work. All right. And another thing too is to keep in mind how it looks bigger. So while I'm zoomed in here, I don't get the full piece. Right now I'm looking at the details. So having this little screen here also helps, and something I'm trying to keep in mind, because especially when you're zoomed in, it might look nice zoomed in, but when you zoom out, it might not look better. So that is something too to keep in mind. You don't want to be, I wouldn't go here. This is too close. I'd at least have that section this size if I'm going closer. So let's see here. If we go ahead and move you about there, yeah. I'm also thinking some of this area is a little bit too sharp, but we'll go over it after we do these guys here. So I'm thinking maybe we can have a little bit of this guy down here a little bit more. Then we have another fluff kind of going on here. So let's add maybe a little bit of a fluffy guy about here. Something like this here. Maybe it'll come down a little bit. Something like that there. Something about there-ish. Yeah. maybe we can make that guy a little bit round. So I'm just kind of trying to do my best to feel it out with how round it is. The rounds and the curls are what I'm going for. I'll zoom out a little bit more so we can also see. It seems to be the case that when you get further to the bottom, it gets bigger clumps. So that's something I'll take into consideration. For example, here, maybe we add big clump here, big clump of light. So if I do, oh, hold on, brush, I see bucket tool apparently is on contiguous, or not contiguous, but it's okay. We'll do this instead. We'll do you here, you here. There we are, lovely, okay. So maybe something like this here. Though, if I remember, I think afterwards something's going to go here. So maybe not. And sometimes the details can speak louder than the shapes themselves. Terrible, I say, terrible. Terrible, terrible. Let's see here. I'll grab you here and we'll remove a bit of you. Something like this. And I think it could be fun, maybe, to have the clouds kind of look like they're maybe rolling off of each other. So maybe something like this a little bit, and then something like this here. It's a little bit more cloudy, a bit more like this here, something like this here, where the roll kind of curves in a little bit, like that there. Oh boy, I don't even know. I can't even begin to imagine how you come up with any of those, Check. They're awful, I tell you, horrendous. Let's see. Add you there. Something like that. I also think adding maybe another puffy piece there. Adding another guy about there can kind of work. Maybe this guy can come down a little bit. Maybe then we can also have, let's see, possibly another bit here to worry about. Kind of a curve in about here-ish, though. I'm not quite too sure. And that's okay. I think for idea-wise, maybe not. I kind of like it without it. I think it's simpler that way. And what I'm getting from this piece is that you don't want it to be too detailed. We're just going for simple, sweet. So we'll keep it simple, sweet. We won't do too much at one time. We'll just wrap that guy, I think, up and around, something like that there. Maybe even have this guy kind of come around there. Maybe then we can have another portion kind of come out here, something like that there. And yeah, it kind of, oh, do you see it? I see a face when I'm looking at this. I see a big cloudy nose, like a nose here. This is the smile. These are the eyes. Hold on, if I just do this here, let's see. If I add in the eye, can you see it? Isn't that neat? It reminds me of those hill giants that have the clouds as their beard. So I could certainly see this turning into a piece instead of a guy with a cloudy beard, and this is the beard. Oh, that's neat. I didn't even realize it. But yeah, it looks like an eyebrow, and you have the eye here, and then you have the smile and the big old nose. That's super duper cool. Let's see. You know what? Maybe we can keep it that way then. Maybe we can add it. Call it the man in the clouds and then poetry or something. That could be fun. Yeah, you know, we'll keep it. And hi, chat. And hi, nice clouds ears. Hi, Sasha. Welcome back in the stream. I know you were here earlier, so welcome back in. And thank you. He's Irish. Oh, in the clouds, you mean? Or I don't get that reference. Let's see here. Nose here, about you there. Maybe about you there. Yeah, I quite like the idea of personification. And hi, Joseph. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back. And looks like a dismantled Peter Griffin. Oh, that is one I did not expect. Let's see here. Yeah, you know what? We'll lean into that idea. We'll make maybe. And what's fun, something I've noticed recently as well, is if you want something to look creepy, just make the smile bigger. Look at that. Bigger smile. When the smile goes beyond what you expect, it makes it look like an unhinged jaw. Oh boy. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it like this. Giving Shrek. Is it the nose? Really? Let's see here. Maybe we can also do that. No, that would make it look like a mouth. But we're not going. I want to go in this direction. I think we do go in this direction. I just think we need to add a little bit more areas, a few more areas to show off a few other things. So I'm thinking, for example, here, maybe we can kind of carve this guy out to make it seem more like it. You have to squint to see the art, but I quite like this idea. Maybe something like this here, or rather, let's see. If I scroll it a little bit, what are we doing with some of these lines here? Oh boy, yeah, we're going in this direction. I see it, and it shall be. Though I don't know about the smile here. I think we might be going a little bit too much. I think the attention's going to need to be in this area here with some of the fluff going on. So maybe we can add a little bit of fluff here, remove a little bit of fluff here. We're just trying to add in the other portion. So I think something like maybe that there, maybe a little bit of this guy kind of coming in a little bit, maybe a little bit more, maybe a double in there, something like that there. And and just rounding that out. And Mr. Cloudvic. Yeah, you know, like, I could see Cloudvic. That's fun. And only 2 colors for the clouds. Currently, right now, the clouds are filled with 2 colors. Despite it being 2 colors, isn't it interesting what you can do with just a little bit of detail? Well, a little bit of detail, a lot of implying. I definitely think this is a great exercise in that sense of you only need 2 colors to get a lot of detail across. And I think that's very nifty. Something like this here, something like this here. Maybe another bit of a curl here for a little bit of a cloud man now. I think we're calling him Cloudvic. I do like that. Let's see, maybe move that guy down here, move about down there. Have that guy kind of move in there. Move that down there. I could see that being, nope, actually, I think it's a little bit too much detail. Maybe we can have it kind of come around there, and then a little bit more like that there, maybe a little bit less there, maybe a little bit more about here-ish, maybe a little bit more about there, yep, hold on. You go about there, nope, there, and then move you about inward just a smidge. There you go. Little bit of blending going on. I quite like that. The thing I could see is if you would want to add more detail, adding it in the sense of, what is it? Not dithering. Anti-aliasing. I could see you going into here, grabbing this color, and what anti-aliasing is also, you can consider it blending. You would grab about 50% of the color. And hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Welcome to Clouds. You would grab a color you want to blend with the other color. You set it to about 50-ish%, put it on that color, then I drop that color, and that's your anti-aliasing color. And okay, try reading Ludwig. Let's see, Cloudwig. Was that a little bit better? Let's see. And then what you would do is where you want those colors to blend, you would just add that there. And then from further away, the more blending you add, like you might add a little bit of blending there, maybe add a little bit of blending here. What the blending does is it kind of melts the colors together and it gives it a smoother feeling overall. But if you were to add a 3rd color, I could see that being the case. Or maybe you could add a really light or really bright highlight. I could also see that being the case too. And I'm also going to just smooth this guy out just a smidge here, I think. Maybe a little bit more here-ish. Sure, actually, yeah, smooth that guy up there. So we'll add that there. And then let's see, maybe we can make this look like a, no, it looks like his mouth's open. We want the mouth to feel closed. So I'll keep it to a very simple line, possibly up the line a little bit more about here, maybe up about here. Maybe then we can move you about there, about there-ish, maybe about there. Nope, there. Yep, there we go. Okay, and then we can make you a little bit smaller. And I'm trying my best to not have too many steps, but just make something that's more gradual as it's going up. So something like that there. I think that's a little bit more casual. We want casual. We don't want you to see it right away. And then kind of a 1, 2, maybe a 1, maybe even like something like that there. It's a little bit of a smile going on. I'm not sure about this here. Possibly what we can do is have this come out, maybe then this guy come out a little bit more, but then that kind of looks like 2 lips. So maybe we can just have this guy round out a little bit there. Nope, I kind of like the shading going on here, truth be told. Again, not trying to be too specific. So let's see, maybe we can grab this guy here, grab that guy there, maybe even move you in there, maybe move you up to be about possibly there-ish, move you up about there, maybe back down there, maybe then in here a little bit, something like that. You know what? Sure, we'll keep it for now. And then we'll also make this guy a little bit longer in length around here. So maybe about there, and then maybe a bit more there, and maybe there-ish. I also think can help it feel less painful as a transition. It's about there-ish, I think, and then, yeah, the lines aren't quite, let's see, hold on. Just a little bit of detail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one should be 7, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one should be 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you need to end about here. This one should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So end about there. And then you should be 1, 2, 3, 4. About there. And then you would be maybe 1, 2, and then 1. Something like that. And a clouding tulipson. Oh, like the Simpsons. Is that what you were saying? The tulipsons? Let's see. I think maybe adding a little bit of a curve here can also be nice. So just a smidge of a curve. Maybe then we can have, let's see. Oh, something to notice as well is, hold on, let me grab this guy in first and maybe add a little bit more of a curvy bit there, like that, and maybe...
Jotun just redeemed IRL word ban.
How dare you,
Call me
I
maybe.
say? How dare you? Hold on. You just, Yup, okay. How dare you? Oh boy. This is gonna be
Jotun just redeemed hydrate.
interesting as well. By doing those curls here, it feels different, doesn't it, from the other sides? So maybe we stick to the idea of just the clouds going to the side, the arch going on here, and then the arch going on here. Something like that, I think would be a little bit better to do. Like that there. Okay, like that. All right. Now, let's deal with the redeems. And it's over. No, I believe. You don't believe in me? And welcome to the stream, Fenix. Welcome back in. All right. Water was it? Yes, hydration, and then maybe. Hold on. Alrighty then. Let's see here. Let me go ahead. Do you hear? And it went fine last week. Was it maybe? I thought it was we that was the pain. Let me go into, let's see. Challenge you here. Lovely. And then we'll say, can't say, maybe. There we go. And that guy should be on the right timer. So if I just click on you here, I should be able to bring this guy up. All right, we're on the clock for that word down there. The next 3 minutes, I am unable to say it. And I meant the word band general. Yeah, it was we. Oh, I'm telling you, I think she'll be fine. This isn't nearly as bad. I agree. I just have to now, for the next 3 minutes, not second guess myself. That, in itself might be a little tricky, but I believe. Oh boy, let's see. Yeah, I am going to do this for certain. There is no perhaps. There is no perchance. It gets done like that. There. Yeah. Like that even. Yeah. Well, we'll go for something around here. Oh, nope. There. Then there. Then there. Nope. That. Why do you feel so sharp? If I add you there, maybe even there, maybe another. Okay, so maybe this might be a little bit hard. Okay, where were we? Oh boy. Right, we'll do that there. Maybe even curve. Okay, so we'll do this for certain. Something along the lines of there. Then we'll add in a little bit more fluff around these parts. And then, oh boy, okay, this is fine. Everything is fine. More floof, circle here, possibly, perchance even, but I don't like it. So we're not going to do it. We're going to add possibly in another double curve, something like this. Possibly then you will lower it a bit and then curve it in a little bit more. And remember, Bob Ross said there aren't mistakes, just happy little accidents. So perhaps relax. I see what you did there, and I will not fall again. Maybe. This is hard. I don't like making certain statements. So to say something so certainly when I don't know if it'll happen. Oh boy. Okay then. Alright, I see what game that's being played. Meow. Hi, Lunara. Is it? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. We'll add in a little bit here. Meow. So it reminds me of, what is it? Delta. Oh, hold on. Why can't I go over you? Yes, there we are. Reminds me of Delta Root a little bit. We'll move you in there and then have another guy move in about there and then have you kind of go here and then a little bit here and then a little bit here. Like so. Yep, there we are. And we don't have the sabotage her. Oh boy, I don't even know how I'm doing it to myself. I thought it's true what they say. You're your own worst enemy. I can believe it. And Meow, Lunara, I do say there is a rule against spam, so I do ask that you tone it down just a little bit. Okay, with all of that said and done, I was going to say, and I was going to point to, the fact that in some areas, it's completely surrounded by clouds. So I think it'd be fun to add in a few areas where it is all surrounded by shade. So what we'll do is we'll go back to this guy and we'll surround a few bits by shade. Something like a bit here and a little bit here. There we go. A little bit in some areas. A little heart. Let's see here. You there, and you there. And yeah, a little bit like that there. There we are. And some areas. Indeed, I say indeed. I'll make this portion smaller and I'll try to curve around it just a smidge here. And I'm trying to show possibly a little bit of detail in the shadow. And no mods but the boss herself. Let's see here. You there, you there, you there, you back there. Yeah, and then a little bit more detail about here, just a smidge, and then a little puff here. There we go. Okay, I think this is what we'll go with. Possibly go back a smidge, and I liked this better. And where are the mods? People deserve to. Oh, time's up! Free out! Yay! Okay, hold on. I'm free now. As I was saying, I was trying to say it before, but I couldn't say it really. It was difficult. I was trying to think through every single one of my mind. I was trying to say that. Sometimes the mods are here, sometimes they're not. But the nice part is that every so often when they are here, it makes things a little bit easier. All right, so where were we? We're talking about just adding a few curves here and there, trying to feel it out a little bit. Oh boy, the amount of time I had to think through every single thing. But even then, I apparently say that word so often that it was painful. Oh boy, alrighty then. I think this side's good to go. I quite enjoy it. Now, this side, do we add in anything here? There was a little bit here, and what you'll notice is it's not even blending, it's backspace, which is interesting. So what I'm thinking is we can fill this guy in. If I go back to you here, we make sure that your blending is simple, and we fill you in. We want to make sure as well contiguous. And why is that? What do you mean exactly, Rodrigo? And maybe thinking hard, just maybe hard sometimes. And here's an apology, Bear. I don't accept your apology. You live to cause pain, I tell you. Oh boy, let's see here. But I do appreciate it. Doesn't mean I accept it, but I will, I will appreciate it from a distance. What I want to do is add a little bit of backwards fluff possibly in some areas. So maybe we can have a little bit of, let's see, make this a little bit bigger. A little bit of backwards action going on just about here. Maybe a little bit here even. Just a little bit of backwards puff, since that's also what we see. We'll also note it down in our notes too, that we have a little bit of, it seems to be 2 layers in some areas. And I wonder what a full art piece would look like with the 2-layer idea. I do think it would be interesting to try if we do have some time to. And I was thinking about the mods. Oh, I see. Well, the thing is, the mods are volunteers, so they are free to come and go as they please. And anytime that they're here, I am always appreciative of the fact, since it's time they're spending out of their day to help me around and to just relax and chillax. And it's okay. I'll take some time. It'll take some time until I have points to do that again. Time mends all wounds. Are you proud of yourself? No, really. This isn't a rhetorical question. Oh boy, I'll add in a little maybe bit of floof here, and something I see people doing as well. Sometimes they'll have a little bit of flakiness, but you know what? That's afterwards. We're keeping it close to the idea. So I'll add in a little bit more about here, possibly, and then about maybe here, something like that there. A little bit of road behind. Always. Oh boy, what monsters live among my chat? Maybe in a little bit here too, just a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll erase this guy here. Me when I hit redeem. Evil mold activated. Oh boy, let's see here. I quite like maybe a little bit more, of this guy down here. And then we can call it there. Maybe a little bit more, let's see, possibly up here. And then a little bit more up there. Hi, Eska! We were just talking about you. Welcome into stream. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Let's see here. Add in a little guy like that there. Spamming your cooldown for maybe. Oh boy, I know it's expensive. I can at least be grateful at that. And look, non-monsters are even here. Oh boy. You know, I am truthfully no monster. You know, I just happen to be different, and that's okay. Also, I'm thinking some of these details here, I don't quite like them. If I scroll out, I think removing some of the curls at the very bottom will be handy for us. So I'll go ahead, merge that bottom layer down that we have, and I'll clean this up a little bit too. So instead what we'll do is we'll have less swirls going on in this general area. So I'll go ahead and grab the color that we should have about there and kind of move that inward just a smidge here. And also maybe remove that too. And about you, yeah, the people were noticing the lack of moths. The thing is as well, the moths can just be here without speaking. It's their choice on if they want to let their presence be known. So you always gotta stay on your feet. Let's see here. I'll do possibly a double like that there. Possibly a little bit more there, a little bit more there. I'm just trying to do my best to round out different areas. Maybe a little bit here as well too. Here, just a little bit different. Possibly about here for a little bit more. And yeah, I'm here lurking today. It's just busy with your life. I see. Yeah. No worries at all. I hope it wasn't too stressful though. Let's see. Yeah, I like this idea a little bit more than what we initially had, so we'll keep it. Alrighty then, we'll go ahead and save. Next up, to look at our sprite guy here, let's go ahead and see. So we've tackled layer 1, we've tackled layer 2. Now that we've done those two guys, it seems to be the case. We have, hold on, let me hide you here. We have this layer, and this layer is detail, so we'll come back to this layer. Since this guy seems to be a thing in itself, I'm gonna hide you for now. We'll say we won't keep that a part of the equation. We'll remove it, and we'll add this guy. Now, currently at the moment, it is about to be 3 o'clock, and we have about 2-ish hours left. But I think this guy here is the pièce de résistance when it comes to the overall feel of the cloud. So we'll go ahead and take our ad break since it'll start in about 10-ish minutes, and this will be a good break point. And oh, would you look at that? I was talking about how there's sometimes a little bit of cloud falling off. It does have a little bit of cloud falling off. So when we get back, we'll try to dissect this top layer of the cloud. That is what we'll do. So I will go ahead and have this guy, let's see, start the 3 minutes here, and I thought it was over. No, the thing is, this artwork here has multiple layers to it. It has this, and it also has this here, which is really neat, I think. It's just the different layers combining, but we've been breaking the layers bit by bit down. Yeah, it slowly over time, and we'll also say, let's see, cloud, we'll call this cloud breakdown. That way I can save it here. And from there, what we'll have happen is, we'll actually remove, or no, we'll keep that there. We'll keep that removed there because that guy's there, and we'll have you as that layer, lovely, and then we'll duplicate you a little bit, and when we come back, we'll do that there. So that's their good to go. We also have our second layer here. So let's see, yeah, you are our back clouds, and now we need to work on front clouds. So I'll go ahead and I'll also add in our new group here. We'll call it front clouds, like that. Go ahead and delete it here and do new layer. So that's good to go. That should be safe when we come back, which means I'll get some water. We'll do a few stretches, and then we will conquer and try to break down what is going on here. We'll see if we can manage it. Oh boy, let's see. Water time. Lovely. Okay, water's good to go. So let's do a little bit of stretching, shall we? Let's start off by going a little bit to the right here. And then what we'll do is we'll go a little bit to the left. Then what we'll do is go a little bit to the back. And then we'll go a little bit to the front. Alrighty, that's back stretches done. Let's do some neck stretches. And mine is considered finished. Well, I'm excited to see Rodrigo. I super duper am. I can certainly say this alone is a lot better than my old clouds. I definitely feel like I've grown a smidge since then, so I'm quite happy already, and I'll be excited to see if you only ended up using the 2 colors, how it ended up looking. The hydration nation will be eating good with your streams. You know what they say, hydrate or dehydrate. It's very important, super duper. Let's go ahead and get some neck stretches done. So let's go ahead and go to the left a little bit. We'll then also go to the right a little bit. Also, let me make sure YouTube chat isn't disconnected as well. Nope, we're good to go. Lovely. Let's then go to the front a little bit. And let's also go to the back a little bit. And another stretch you can do as well is you can turn, and then you can go down. That one's pretty good. And then you can also do the turn, and you go down and hold. And usually with the hold ones, you would wanna, like here, about a minute or two of holding it in this position, but we don't have a minute or two. But we also don't want to speed run it because, you know, doing that, not the best idea. Things can get broken beyond repair. So you want to make sure if you're doing stretches, you're safe about it and don't push your body beyond uncomfortable limits. I remember, what was it? Being told you don't have to be born flexible to be flexible. If you just slowly push your body a little bit day by day, anyone can be able to do the splits. And I tell ya, YouTube channel is a total gamble. You know, some people just like lurking and vibing, and I don't blame them one bit. If I'm not on stream, usually that is the case. I am lurking and vibing. But ads are back, so welcome back from the ad breaks. Alrighty then, so lastly, we are going to see if we can cover and figure out this top layer here. Now, something to bring into mind is if I hide this guy, hold on, what layer are you? Hide, show, okay. You, I see, okay. It might be a little bit tricky to see, and I'm not quite sure, but I think some of the colors are exactly the same as the other ones. For example, this color, I think, will be exactly the same as the other color. So if I just take a pen, I drop this tool here and grab, let's see, grab this guy here. I just drag it along. Yes, it is the same exact color. So it might be a little bit difficult to break down since some of the colors are blending together. You can kind of see if I hide and show a little bit more. This is the front of the clouds, and ooh, I really like this. I like the little wiggle here. I think that's neat. So we just have to figure out how to add maybe clouds around the sides and a cloud in the center. This will be our centerpiece, and it could be fun to maybe add another face in the clouds, and it looks like, you know, this guy's looking here, maybe another one looking up here, but maybe, we'll see. We will certainly see. So to start off with breaking this guy down, what we're going to do is what we did before, where we broke it down by color, so the different steps. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate this layer, and what we'll do then is actually, you know what, hold on. We'll do new group to make this maybe a little bit easier to see. We'll then drag and drop this group into here, and this is final of that top layer. We'll then duplicate you, and what we'll start off doing is we're going to remove the brightest color. So I'll remove the white. So we'll go ahead and do that there, and if I also have contiguous on, we should be able to see that this is step 2. This is step 2 of the color. It seems to be very flat on that one side, and a lady likes face perchance. Faces are fun to draw. I think silly faces are the best as well. From here, what we'll do is we'll duplicate this guy again, and now we're going to take that light color and turn it even darker. So now we have this color here. And lastly, the last color would be if I duplicate this guy, we grab that darker color in the background, do it again, and this is the general shape, so to speak. And let me grab that name here. Let's see here. Oh, it's times like these where I feel like I'm being too tame. I need to bring more chaos. I didn't even see that before. Not at all, Hollow. I assure you, chaos is not required, nor is it desired. It is a product, apparently. But, a little late to reading that, but welcome in again. And let me grab that subscription off of YouTube. It is the name of subject. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, and welcome into stream. And have you done face reveal? Nada. This is the faces you're gonna get. The top face, the top of the line. And welcome in, by the way, Traxy, and welcome back to stream. Okie dokie. So, when I'm looking at this, what I try to take into account is if I'm able to understand what's going on. And in this case, when I look at this, it's a little bit hard to break down. So I think this might be a thing of us doing the reverse, where instead of adding light, maybe it's the chance or the case that we have to add shadow. And mother, I desire chaos. Never. None, if I can help it. Now, the thing is, chaos is intuitively something that you can't control. So technically speaking, it makes sense that I am able to, you know, control it. Now, if I do instead of removing lights, let's try removing instead of removing lights, let's remove the dark colors instead. So let's remove the shadows. So what I'll do is I'll grab this guy again. Let's duplicate it and see if this is a little bit easier to understand what's going on. So we'll grab our second darkest, and then we'll fill it in, and now it's that guy there. And then what we'll do is we'll duplicate this again, like so, and a front page face indeed. This face was made for the cameras. From here, we'll go up another layer, so up another step, and we'll go ahead and now remove that darker shadow, so we'll add that there. And I think this is a lot easier to understand than adding highlights. Instead, adding shadow seems to be the case that it would be easier to do, easier to translate. And we'll go ahead and duplicate this guy again, and now we have this guy. There we are. There we go. I think this will be easier to start. So there again, there's two methods of just either you start off with adding shadow or adding darkness. In this case, it'd be the sense of, all right, so we start off, hold on here, and can you, or hold on, let me click that there. Yeah, okay. So if we remove the light, it starts off like this, and then it goes darker. And I think this is harder to add the detail because you're adding it on the edges, so you can control everything around these parts, but chaos? You know, the elevator itself is chaotic. So just to say, you know, if anything chaotic happens, I'm certain it's not my doing. You can't point it back to me. You have no evidence. And if you do, speak to my lawyer. But I'm just saying, you know, you won't find anything. That's all I'm trying to say. And looking at these guys, I think doing it instead by adding the shadows is a lot easier. So we'll start off with this color here and add in our whimsy feel. So let's go ahead and add that there. So we have our front clouds and it's going to be this big white color. And what I'm thinking right away is if we look at this artwork at least and we look at it all in all. So if I go ahead and let's see, move you back down to, I should have a final version of this, but all in all, the ratio, there's a lot of sky going on and there's some spacing as well. So I do want to pay attention to that. So what I'm thinking is maybe a bit of cloud about here-ish. Bit of cloud going on here, maybe a little bit more here. And that's about all the cloud you get. There's a little bit of still sky, but it kind of maybe just composition-wise. Cloud up here and down there. And this also looks like a face. Hold on. Oh boy. If I just darken this a little bit here. And ma'am, your lawyer is a pickle-looking turtle that can't answer my questions. Well then, case solved. If you can't speak to the lawyer, then I guess it's the case of, you know, oh, what a shame, what a shame, what a shame indeed. Can you see the face? Can you see the side profile? You kind of have like eyebrows here if I fill this guy in. Oh no, hold on. This seems to be, if I just do that. Oh, hold on. Grab you there, undo you there, and then grab you there, and then just fill you in. Hold on, about there. You know, you've got your forehead there. You've got a little bit of a nose going on here. Then you've got a little bit maybe up under the lip, under the chin as well. Maybe under the lip too, about here. Can you see it? And then he's got the eye, and then he's got a little eye here. Can you see the face? It's like part Squidward, but not. Oh boy, I see the vision. This is why a handsome Squidward, yeah. It makes me feel like Man Snow or something. I mean, and even here, look at all the neck and the shoulders. I didn't mean to do it, but it exists now, and it's scary. Oh boy, let's see here. I want to make sure contiguous is there to go, and I think the lack has gotten to your head because I don't know if the face in the room is with us. Check. Do you still not see the face? You know, and maybe you're the one imagining things for a change. Maybe it's all in your head. We'll go ahead and have this guy go down now. Oh, that's down. Oh, did you see it? Oh boy. Yeah, this guy kind of curls in on the sides a little bit. So let's see here. She's making the Mount Rushmore clouds. Oh boy. We'll add a little bit here, maybe a little bit down, maybe a little bit more here. And now it does kind of remind me of a beard. The idea of this kind of curving inwards. Time to break out the Ouija board. Let's see. I think maybe this kind of curl up. It works good to go. So then that means instead that the clouds are going to have to be a little bit more in this direction here to kind of fill in that space a smidge. So something like that there I think can work out. Maybe about that there-ish, and then kind of do that there. Now it looks like a very buff Minecraft villager. Why did these things happen? It really does feel like some sort of cloud watching. Oh boy, let's see. Just did that there, and then it's got the eyebrow there. Yup, there we go. Do you see it? Heavy with his chin nerfed. Oh boy, that's the things you can do with clouds. I never realized the possibilities are quite endless, I'd say. And when you gonna watch the clouds, when the clouds are watching you? Longer nose for sure, of course, yes indeed, right. Longer nose. It's not long enough. There we go. Add a little bit more nose here. There you go. Iron Golem. There we are. Dum dum give gum gum. So let's see here. from this point, we'll then add our other cloud parts. So let's see. One thing I like is, this was accidental, but I quite like the curve idea, the little wispiness of that cloud. So we'll keep it because I enjoy it. And now we'll just kind of hold on, right? We want to make sure we also duplicate this layer because that's the starter. And now we can add it, and they're perfect. Oh boy, let's see here. Maybe, well, hold on. Maybe a little bit of maybe about that there. Yeah, like that. And now let's go ahead and maybe also do you. I'm thinking I want to lean it. I definitely want to lean the clouds towards the center portion. So something like this, a little bit more. And the first face looks like an Asgard meme. Oh boy, what have I done? I say, what have I done? Let's see. I'll go ahead. I'll go back to our brush. So back to our fluffy brush. We'll go to our spray paints. We'll make sure it is simple ink. Just grab this guy. And we should be able to do the same thing we did before, where we just went in a little bit and added a little bit of fluff around the edges here. So it's not too, similar. Just a little bit different. We also want to keep the spacing idea. So I don't want to do too much. I just want to do a little bit so it doesn't feel like, it's the same. Something like that. Maybe that there. Maybe a little bit that there. But I think something a little bit different. If we're looking at this cloud, you can see it is specifically, oh, hold on, I don't know if it'll let me. It's a triangle. You're getting a triangle shape. Mine isn't triangle, but it doesn't have to be triangle. It's just, what are we trying to show off? And what I'm trying to do is, and we didn't get to touch on it really, but composition. I'm trying to think in terms of composition. For example, if I use this guy here, the black and white mode, you can see everything here is dark, and by filling up that dark with light, it makes it pop out more. And hi, Wallace. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. And keep up the good work. Thank you. And welcome in. And a lot of what's going on here, what I'm trying to show off is, this is background, right? Background shouldn't even matter. All of this, background. We want something to go here, since this is the front. So I'm trying to figure out a nice way to fill it in. If anything, I might even feel like I should push this guy back a little bit, but I quite like his curls, so his curls stay. They shall stay indeedy. Instead, and if we're going to go with the idea of also doing a face, I have the perfect reference for like an old lady face. Let's see, Hestia Hebes2. I quite liked this face here, though again, this might be a little bit too ambitious, but I like a little ambition. I think we're trying a triangular angle. Triangular angle. I see. That could be it. It could be a thing of perspective, certainly. Let me zoom in a little bit here, zoom in a little bit here. Move you about here, move you about here and here. I think perspective does play a part. Perspective's that tricky thing of, if you can get it right, it's super duper handy. But if not, it is a pain. But I'm hopeful. But I want to see if we can make the face look a little bit like this. I think that could be fun. So we'll slide that over. And I wrote that because it sounded too funny to say. Oh, I see. Triangle. I see. You were making a joke. Guy, I should have known. And one thing I'm noticing with the hairstyle, at least for her, is the hair goes up. So maybe that's something we can do. Again, this is just a test. I don't know, but I like the idea of it. So we kind of have maybe it kind of come up a little bit up here, kind of upwards, and a little bit of an upwards curl, something like that there. Maybe a little bit of that there. It definitely feels like it is a face. Mr. Bean! Oh boy, Mr. Bean. It also now, I'm seeing, what is it? I'm seeing horns too, so maybe it's that thing of, how can we make it so it feels right? Maybe what we can do is lower this guy down a little bit. We want this to be, I definitely think, this piece here should be the highest point. Also, let me lower this guy down, that way we're dealing with that. Yeah, I think this guy should be the highest point. I definitely think so. But the idea of doing these curves outwards, can we do it? This guy here has more rolls, and that's what I want to go for. Okay, I'm thinking of a different hairstyle then. I'm seeing, and maybe I can do, let's see, I don't know how well it will show up, but when I'm seeing this, what comes to mind is that this is, what's her name? Pam from Stardew Valley. Do you see the hairstyle, if any of you have seen her? Let me see if I can grab the name and Pam Stardew. Yeah, something like that hairstyle. That feels a little bit more what I'm thinking of. I saw hair upwards, but more so it's hair outwards, where there's a bit of a bob on the top, things like that. So I think that'll work out a little bit more in our favor. So what I'll do is I will collapse a little bit of this, as we don't need a lot of it. An 80s odd. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I'm glad I'm glad someone got the idea. Maybe we can make it a little bit smaller here too, so something a little bit less. And you are, I see, hide you. We don't need you. Yeah, we're doing that there to you. But I also want to make it kind of look like the faces going that way. And this might be, again, too ambitious, but I like the idea of face looking up here and then face looking down there. But is it possible? I don't quite know. If we're looking at the shading all in all, and I go ahead and delete this layer here, when we look at the piece as a whole, is that what we're seeing? If I go ahead and hide you and you there, and show you here, where you see a lot of shading coming from this side. So that's something we have to keep in mind. And I acquire the manager right now. Oh, yeah. Well, no, this is more of a, have I ever told you about that story back when something like that. That's the voice I think when I see that. Let's see here. We'll add maybe a little bit more here. Again, we're keeping in mind this here is going to be where all the shadow is. All of this, so about a little bit there. So with that said, let's see. We'll grab this brush here. We'll go ahead and do you here. And we'll move you about to there, maybe. Just a little bit of the bumps and curves kind of coming up and down a little bit. We can modify this later. So right now we just need the hairstyle. Something like that, I think that can work. I think maybe we can move it in just a smidge more. Add a little bit more space. And back in my day, there was no such thing as depressing little boys. Oh boy, let's see here. Movie about there-ish, I think, could work as well. About up there. There we go. I like that too. So let's see. We'll move you about there and there. There we go. Okay, a little bit of more, just more fluff. And if we look at this guy here, you can see too, just fluff. Fluff is what we're after. Fluff is that final stage, the rounding of the guys. So we'll see about maybe moving this guy out a little bit. Maybe even up a little bit here. Maybe add a little bit more fluff there. It's closer, so one could argue it could be more detail. Also, maybe closer doesn't mean more detail. It's up to your interpretation. And back then, we all had to suffer all the time, child. Yeah, that's about it. Let's see here. We could add maybe a little bit of puff here. Maybe even a little bit more puff here going on. Maybe a little bit of puff there. A little bit of puff here going on. Well, hold on. There's a little bit of puff going on there, so I wouldn't want to mimic the same puff. Possibly about a little bit of that puff going on backwards, a smidge about there. That can kind of go back there, that there. Yeah. Okay. And then I think as well, maybe we can have it kind of go about there a little bit. Though this doesn't feel like all the other ones. And it's the thing of trying to be consistent as well that can help it feel nicer. But I quite like the idea of something like this. And some people even start adding curves even more in other areas. But for now, we'll keep it simple. We're going for simple here. My idea is a little bit more on the ambitious side now. So it's possible because now I'm trying to add a face. It's not going to be as neat or as nice as it could be. But the hope is that we get good enough for the ambition. And there's nothing like trying in order to remind yourself of your limits. And right now, we're gonna find out where I remain. I'm excited. I am hopeful. At the very least, I know whatever I come up with is going to be a lot better than my first 2 tries at doing it. So I have already won, really. And that's quite the challenge to face. Terrible! I really ask, how do these even come in your mind, Jack? It's like you're wired for them, I tell you. We'll have maybe a kind of swirl kind of go down here, maybe a little bit down here, something like, maybe a little bit like that there, kind of curve in a little bit there, like that a little bit I think can work out. And maybe a little bit of like that there, and then that there. There we go, hold on. That there, yeah, oh, nope, hold on. About you here, and maybe a little bit lower, about you there, you there. You know what, nope, I think I like this. I like our edges so far, and probably the good old, I guess. I mean, some people, you know, they're just really good at puns. I do know that much. Now what we're gonna do, for example, the comedians. I used to be, you know what, a bit of a pun master myself, and I stopped in my recent years when I realized, you know what, it seems to be the case that every time I cast the spell of pun, it does psychic damage, and I'm not trying to, you know, do psychic damage. Let's slide this guy over here, and let's take a little bit of a closer look at what's going on for these edges. If I can zoom in a little bit more about up here. So we kind of have big clumps and then smaller clumps. I'll go ahead, I'll hide Pam here, and let's take a little bit of a bigger look. So for example here, I would call this guy, if I slide this guy up so I can see him, I would call this guy a clump. This guy maybe a clump, this guy a clump. And when I'm thinking clumps, I'm thinking certain sections you can kind of see here. That there maybe. So let's see, if I undo, redo, undo that. Go back into here, this guy here, undo. I think this clump is fine. I also think this one here, maybe we can add a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit extra about here, a bit of there. And judging by the playing cards, you still got it. Oh boy. The thing is, I didn't have to Google them. I used to be able to do them on the spot, and I need a little bit of help before my mind gets stewing on what puns can be done. Well, no, I used to have a book. I would have a book. Once upon a time, the career path I chose for myself was comedian. I was ready to make it big in the world, and then I realized, yeah, you know, there's other things, and you can still. You don't have to primarily be a comedian. You can do a lot of different things, you know? Like this, technically speaking, I can do as many puns as I want now. And since I can speak them, and then they're just here. But, you know, it's just that thing of figuring things out and enjoying it. And I am enjoying myself quite a lot. So let's see here. You there, about you there. I quite like this. The thing is that we have a lot of points in some areas and not in other areas. So to keep with the idea of round, I'm going to instead do curls where there's going to be points. That way it looks like it's rounding out, and then it's just a little bit of a poof. Maybe a little bit of a poof here, a little bit of a poof up here. And what's really going to, we'll see if this works once we add everything else. And bye, chat. Thanks for stopping by, Sasha. I hope you have a lovely time getting up to whatever you get up to. And thanks again. Let's see here, possibly up here. Maybe you can go up here a little bit, maybe have it kind of come down a little bit, maybe about here, maybe a little bit rounder about here, something like that there. And then we have this kind of down here, maybe a little bit here. And then this guy can, yeah, kind of come out a little bit here, maybe a little bit down there, and then we can have a little bit here, have that kind of round a little bit there. Yeah. And was there a career you haven't considered? It feels like you're dropping Aunt Lore. The thing was, when you're young, you think to yourself the sky is the limit. But the more you grow, you realize, man, yeah, that's probably not gonna work out for me. That's probably not the thing. For example, you know, I wanted to be a pianist, but that didn't go to plan. However, it worked out in the end because I get to make music for my games. And hi Firms, hi Fawzan. Welcome into stream, welcome in. And if I butchered your names, please let me know. I can certainly try again, but welcome in all the same. Let's see here. We have a little bit of you here, tough of you here. I just know for certain I wanted to do creativity. I was big into discovery. That's where the science idea came from. It's, well, no, I really can't explain the firefighter idea. Firefighter one, I think it was due to the fire. The idea of being so cool that you could just run into a fire because you're immune to fire, that quite intrigued me. And what I forgot, I don't go by, oh, I see, well, welcome in. Welcome in. Do you want me to still call you that? Or would you prefer something different? Or prefer the new one instead? Let me see about you there, you there, you there. It will take me a second to remember how to say your name, but I will do my best to remember the 2 and 2, though you will most likely have to remind me, but attempts shall be made at the very least. Let's see here. Maybe have a bit of a puff kind of going out here, and then maybe kind of a little bit more of a puff going about here. Yeah, a little bit more puff there. A little bit more puff. Yeah, something like that, I think. And then maybe we can add a more of a puff here. Maybe then we can add a bit of an offshoot puff about there. And then we can have you kind of come in here, like that there. Maybe even a little bit of a curl in there. I think there's too many curls going on. So instead, we're going to go downwards. No, in fact, how about that? Let's just do this here. There we go. There you go. Round you out a little bit. Maybe even add a little bit of a second puff there. Nope, actually, never mind. We'll keep it like that. Tarexino. It's fine. I should probably do something about the confusion, though. No worries at all. I tend to get confused even when it's explained to me in just plain print. But I'll do my best. Tarexino. Gaia. All right. I quite like our initial layer. So let's see if we can add that face. So I'll go ahead and duplicate. Let's see what step 2 is. So if I go back to this guy here, undo that. Step 2 then is, let's see, it's here, this guy. So we have next up, adding the shadows. Again, we want to pay attention to the fact, and, hold on now, hold your horses. Initially, the light was coming from this direction, right? And it was shooting down. However, now the light is coming from this direction. So it's kind of like maybe the light is coming down here, maybe from above instead. And it does look like messy hair. Good, good, lovely, lovely. Let's see if we can make her even more fluffy. Like that there. Lovely, lovely. Okay. Yeah, maybe the light direction is top down instead. That would make a little bit more sense considering that the other light's coming from the right to left now. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and grab this guy. We'll go and save it here. And we'll go back into our artwork. And now let's see about adding the other portions. Now it's gonna be a little bit tricky. We might have to move around areas, but that's a-okay. What we'll start off by doing is we'll go back to our brush. We'll go back to the shading idea. And hi, is it Hardronix? Welcome, welcome into stream. Welcome, welcome in. It looks so cool. Well, thank you, thank you. And hey, hey, to you. Thank you, thank you. It's always nice to hear. And yes, it is. I see. Lovely, lovely. I can certainly say this art you see right here, this is not mine. I just want to make that clear. You're just coming in here. This is not my art. This art was made by, if I can find the name super duper quickly, I should have it on hand. Let's see, you here. It is made by, and it's a little bit hard to see the name. Let me see if I can scroll down about here and do you here, and then let's see. Craft Pixnet. That is the name. And the idea is that today's stream, we're breaking this down about why, and we're making our own version of it. That's what we're doing at the moment. So this is mine. This is the reference. So let me go ahead, drag this guy over here. We'll then drag this guy back over here, like so. And let's see. So all of the highlights, we have to remember, the light is top down. So for example, that means that you're not going to probably get highlights up here, a lot of highlights up here. It's probably going to be the case. And this is something we can do as well. So I'll grab this color, and then we'll also grab this color. We then drag these two again. And then with our brush, we can go ahead, do shading. Now, when I shade, it won't go out of that line, which makes it nice and easy. And yours looks awesome too. Well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the compliment given was one earned and received. So thank you. Let's see here. And if we do that, we can immediately say, all right, half of this we know for certain is going to be in shadow. You can kind of see here, all of that shadow, 100%. So then I can grab this guy here, and I should be able to fill it in there. We also know possibly a lot of shadow is going to happen about here-ish. And we can fill that in too. It's just a matter of figuring out, okay, what goes where? Possibly it can also be the case of maybe not much shadow going on here. So we can go ahead and highlight maybe this area here. And then there's also a little bit of shadow possibly going on here. So we'll also do it down here a little bit. Not a lot of it, just a little bit. I'm just sectioning out the areas. Grab the cleaner, let me break it down. Oh boy, if we grab a microphone, really. I'm about to put down some sick beats. Let's see. Save that there and do that. Yeah, all the left side is really dark. So I think that does it well. Lovely. Okay, so from there, we'll go ahead and start to add a little bit of fluff here, and we'll see how well that goes and if we can add that face in. So I'll go to our spray tool again. We'll go ahead and grab these two colors, make sure it's set to shading. And do you think of clouds as volumetric 3D objects? Or I have tried in the past to think of them as that, but I always get confused. I've done perspective studies, I've done box lessons where I've drawn out, I think to date, it was a challenge of drawing out 500 boxes. So I've tried, but it doesn't feel, it doesn't click in my mind. And I can show you what I mean if I can grab it. Let's see. Materials here, where are we at? You here, environment, lovely. Yes, the first time I tried to draw clouds, it was I believe 2 days. Let's see, let me grab you here. Yes, this was the first time I ever tried to draw clouds. And I thought of them in the 3D shape idea, but I got really confused. So now I'm trying a different method by breaking down the colors and where the light is, since I now have a better understanding of light. Beforehand, I did not. Now, much more. Let's see, we'll remove that there. But she's a little cloudy on the subject, how silly. Terrible, I say, but clever. And I see, honestly, for me, it's easier to think of them like when calculating highlights. Interesting, yeah, different methods. And 500, that sounds like punishment. When I set my mind to do something, I tend to go a little bit overboard. And overboard tends to getting burnt out. So it's a thing of, it felt like a fruitless effort in the sense of I'm trying my hardest to do this thing, and then it ends up being the case that it actually, I didn't have to do that much, and now it feels like I wasted my time, and now I'm just gonna not do it for a little bit because I dread the idea of doing it. It was not a fun idea. If you do the box challenge, I believe the recommended amount is 100 or 50. I just decided, nah. So let's see here. I can't say for certain if I scroll out a little bit. The ratio is different between shading and lighting. I think if there's a lot more shading going on or a lot more lighting, so I'll go back just a smidge. And what I want to try to get done here is add a feel like there is a face. Though, this was accidental. I don't know if we're going to get very lucky. Since now we're going to do it intentionally. But let's see if we can. If I grab our brush again, just for these two, we're still on shading. Maybe what we can do, because there are some dark areas underneath the clouds. So maybe we can have, and this is where it might be a little bit too much to do, but we'll see. Something like that there, a little bit there, something like that there. We'll remove this guy here, so possibly it can look like it's kind of coming out a little bit, or maybe it can look like maybe we have a little bit of, yeah, okay. So when we have the bunches, I'm kind of seeing round shapes in some areas. So let's try to emulate that in certain parts. For example, here, where that's there, we can have it kind of look like it is rounding about here-ish. And let's see if we can smooth this out so it's not as hard, but make it look like it's intentional with the curve. So it kind of blends in with it. That's the hope I'm going for. Let me zoom in a little bit, not too close, since we do need to tell what's going on. Just a little bit more to see if we can have that kind of look of a bit of a curl going on here. And I think as well, the curl doesn't need to go up high. So we'll go something like that. I think this is okay. Something about there. And also, let me turn off shading. So V versus C. So V, click on V there. I think you need to be about there, possibly even there. Yeah, that's a little bit better. If anything as well, we can maybe puff it up a little bit more, something like that there. And now we go back to C. Okay, so we have a little bit of guys going underneath in some areas you can kind of see here. Something to note, though, is that it never goes to the side, at least when it comes to the areas that are popping out. So maybe the more realistic version would be, it actually will look like, let's see, V, it'll look like this instead. Something about there-ish. And then that would get filled in. Something like that I think might work out a little bit better. We also have maybe possibly a little bit of a break in about here-ish we can do. Possibly about here, there to make it look a little bit more on the fluffy cloud side, though. I am kind of more, I'm kind of feeling it a little bit more to add that little bounce, little curl. I think that's quite cute. So we'll keep it, because it's a thing of just finding out what you enjoy. So I'll also add a little bit of a curl there, like that. I think that's okay, though. Hello shading. That is something we want to take into consideration as well. That is something we don't want to do. So you know what? I take it back. I take it to give it. I take it to give it. We're going to go back to here instead. I think that works out better. Something like that, where it's at the bottom only. And then once we're here, we're going to need to add a little bit more of those fluffy parts. So we'll go ahead and add maybe a bit of a fluff here. Maybe then we can add, let's see, a bit of a curve there. And actually, you kind of maybe don't need to come down that way. So maybe we can do, let's see, for some of these floofy areas, when it comes up, you can kind of see the rounding of the round portions. Rounding of the round portions. Lovely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this in here. And then we can add round puff here. That way it kind of feels like it evens out. And then maybe we can add in another round puff about here. So let me go ahead and add just a section here. Something like that there. And I see why the maybe bit. Do I truly say it a lot? The thing is, I never like using words often. So, now that I know, I'm going to try to be more aware. I don't enjoy saying it often. Or I hear whatever. And I really need a version of yours that lives in a time zone 10 hours ahead. I see. The thing is, time zones are wacky. I can certainly say that. And my current time zone even does not work with me. My sleep schedule doesn't enjoy my time zone. I feel like I need a few extra hours in my time, though I do appreciate it. I hope at least the fact that you can do, what is it? I forget the word. The videos of the playbacks. There we are. Words. The playbacks. I hope those are at least able to satiate the idea. Though I know for certain it's not the same as watching it live. I have felt that before too, watching back things. So let's see here. Lots. Yes, indeed. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I believe I recall a name like that before. Let me double check. The name does, no, it does ring a bell. It should. Possibly, I believe so. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. And parade for fancy pixel person. Well, thank you. And welcome in, everyone. Hold on. Let me give you a good old shout out here. Let's see. Welcome back by the raid. And let me do slash. Yes. / shout out, and then we do @ and we do Captain. Nope, Captain McFriendly. There we are. Thank you again. What we are currently doing is that we are trying to break down this wonderful pixel art piece that I did not make myself. So this guy right here is what we're trying to break down. If I go ahead and add this guy here, you should be able to see it a little bit better. And the topic was environment. We're kind of stuck a little bit on Cloud today. But the hope is that we're taking this artwork, and this art was by, let's see, by Craft Pix Next. So this pixel art here, and we're breaking it down. So this is their artwork, and this is my current artwork. And I've kind of got a little distracted or a little bit sidelined, and now I'm trying to draw faces in the clouds. That's where we're at. And ooh, I look who it is. Hi, Torn. Welcome to stream. And please don't shout at me, gentlemen. I see. Well, then I'll whisper out. How about that? And let's see here. I did read that too. I love the levels, if that makes sense. Like the foreground and cool, but what really does it is the multiple levels. Yes, multiple levels. That's something I've realized helps a lot. Foreground, background, that's what we've been breaking it down to. For example, you start off with the background, and then you do the back clouds, and now we're doing the front clouds. Indeed, yeah. Breaking it down like that, I feel like I'm able to understand a lot more than what was originally done when I did clouds a long time ago. And clouds faces, yeah. So let's see here. Right now, we're trying to make a lady face after we made the male face here with a beard. So we'll see how well we can do it. And as well, you can't see. So let me bring that up there, possibly. Make sure you're good to go. Let me drag it down a little bit. Lovely. And it's time to have fun with ears again. Cracks his fingers. Well, welcome in, Torn. I hope you have a lot of fun here. So let's see here. We'll go ahead and have you kind of go over there. Maybe we can even make the puff a little bit less. Or maybe, no, I think this is fine. I think this is a-okay. We can have a little bit of puff kind of come in about here. So possibly we can do, let's see, maybe puff here, kind of come up a little bit. We're not trying to do too much because it seems to be the case everything on the left has a lot less puff going on. So just a little bit here, a little bit there, just a little bit is all you really need to add detail. So not too much, just close but not too close is what I'm trying to go for. Let's see, add that there, maybe a little bit there. Something like that, maybe even curve that up a little bit more. Yeah, and thank you for doing cool art things as usual. Well, thank you for stopping by. It's always nice to see familiar names. Let's see here. Okay, so everything on the left, not a lot of shadow. That's what we're trying to keep in mind. And also something to note is that in some areas, there's a bit of background in some portions there. So let's see what we can do here. I definitely think this feels like a hair curl, and we're trying to make a face. That's the really difficult part here. So what I'm thinking is maybe we can have possibly this here, and you can see this it's not connected to anything. So maybe we can add a little bit of a fluffy face, make it look happy. Something like this to start off with, but maybe then we can add a little bit more. So up a curve here, down a curve there, up a curve here, and that kind of, that's some kind of test, isn't it? But I don't fall for it. The cloud looks like an arrogant old man. Oh no. What have I done? And front ground, background, down ground, up ground, left ground, all ground. Let's see here. Curl you in there, curl you about here and there. A little bit curl. We're going for things that look rounder. Yeah, I think this is fine. And then from there, what we can have happen is possibly as well, we can have this maybe feel like a sort of cheekbone. So we can have this guy fill in about there-ish. And then, actually, nope, never mind. We won't do that. We'll keep it to the bottom here where the face is. This is where we're hoping to add face to. And, well, come here, kids. You should respect your elders. Kind of old man face. What we're going for, what we're aiming for is this face. Something along this and this here. To old aunt. That's what we're going for. Does that feel a little... Now that you've seen the reference, does that help one a smidge? Let's see here. I'd also like to see if we could add the lips to the cloud. So I think that could be fun. Let's see here. Maybe what we can then do. And checks out. I see, yeah. Old man. I know a lot of people don't enjoy Pam. That is something I know for certain. And what I'm thinking as well is, maybe we can add a little bit of shadow here. Fill in this guy here. So all of this part of the face is blocked off. But then we just grab this guy here. Oh, hold on. Grab it, copy, paste, flip it. And we add in you here. Something like that there. However, doing that, I'm seeing it's the case. Oh, hold on. I just want to move you. I want to move that section. How do I move the section? I see. Oh, that's fine. We could do something like that there. And then fill that in there. Like that. Though it kind of looks like a little wounded. And we don't want it to be too obvious, the face. We want it to seem like, oh, I wouldn't have thought it was a face. That sort of thing. And I do feel like, as well, this feels like it could be eyelashes. Maybe we can do something like that there, like that there. But it looks like droopy eyes. That's the feeling I'm getting at the moment, which is not a bad feeling to get. It's just a feeling to recognize. From here, maybe what we can do is add a little bit of arching going on here, something like that there, to kind of add to that puffy, cloudy feel. So just trying to add and mix in the colors at the moment. There's more colors to come, but we have to deal with our current colors in the sense of, if you can do the basics without much effort, then you can kind of go on to the other levels. So something like this here, possibly, and then maybe another guy here, and maybe just kind of bump about there and fill that in. Oh, hold on, fill you in about here. There we are. And from this guy, what I want to also have happen is possibly another round here, and we want to fill this in with light clouds. That's what I want this to feel like. It's the, let's see if I can find a certain area to describe it. Something like this here, where there is a clashing of the two colors to make it feel like cloud. That's what I'm going for. So for example here, what we'll do is we'll add a little bit of maybe bump around here, maybe a little bit of bump here about the sky here. And speaking of ground, air seems to be good for us now. And she wants, let's see. Speaking of ground, air seems to be too good for us now. And she wants up in the sky. Fly high. Well, you see, the thing is, flying's not too bad. It's not a hard thing to do. It's just a question of, are you sure you want to do it? I know you can do it. Now I'm waiting to see the proof. I see. Well, don't you worry. Proof will come. Maybe. No. Actually, no. I don't make any certainties. You'll just have to see it when the time comes. Then you'll all be certain that it was possible. Let's see. We'll maybe move you about up here. And actually, we'll remove that there and add a bit of puff. What do you mean, maybe? I said what I said and I meant what I meant. Let's see here. Possibly add about you here. Maybe a bit of cloud floof there. And then, you know what? Actually, I don't quite like it. I'll be honest. Maybe a little bit more poof there. And maybe a little bit of poof kind of going here. About there-ish. There. And then maybe we can add you kind of going here. More poof. Yeah, I could kind of see it. Possibly. We have this guy coming down, but that guy going upward. Ooh, it's tricky. Okay. Let's undo you. Go back to what we had, because I think the back curl was quite cute. I do enjoy it. So, we'll keep it to the idea of these guys having their own cloud silhouettes. So I'll go down a little bit more, possibly here, and then up a little bit more, about there. Keep it nice, keep it sweet. Possibly about there, and then we'll add another maybe about you there, about up there, maybe add in about you here, maybe down you here. So it doesn't feel like it's all one-to-one, in the sense of where the clouds are. And we can then add in another guy about here. Then maybe we can go in down a little bit more to show off a little bit more of that guy down there. I think that'll work out well. Something like that there. And then from there, we can maybe also do another bunch about here. But this doesn't feel right over here, so we'll come back to it. Let's work on this sky here. So we have the light color, then the bounce color, and then another light color here. So what we'll see about adding is, for example, here, where we can do a light color, possibly about there-ish. We can do a light color there, and then move you in a bit to make you rounder. And then, yeah, like that there. And add a little bit of darkness there. And you have some responsibility to us, you know that, do you? And without your guidance, we are all lost in the pixels. Well, hold on now. I'll have you now. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My knowledge it's not big. But the more I do these, the more I grow. And the nice part about having people to chat with is that the more we do these together, the more we grow. And where I see one thing, you might see something else. And then we all can kind of just collectively, like, big brain together. So, likewise, the same thing. The power goes both ways here. Let's see. Add in about you here, possibly down here. And then we'll add maybe about you here. A little bit of you here, possibly. And then you kind of go here, so maybe about there. And I'm also noticing the word more now that I recognize it. And oh boy, is it awful. Let's add you there and you there. There we go. There you go. Now, this was supposed to be a lady, but now I'm seeing a beard. We could always just call her a dwarf. That is a thing too. That is a possibility. And maybe the real wisdom was the friends we made along the way. Maybe. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm getting Greek off of the curls here. That's not what we were intentionally going for. Not quite. This as well, we can add in, let's see, this guy up here. We'll add in a round puff here. And then maybe we could add another one in about here. Another puff in there. Add in more curves. I'm just trying to go for the face feel, but not quite face. Something that you could guesstimate. And so an alien tells me we're all collective big brain. Careful now, are you Borg? I will not confirm nor deny nothing without my Lord President. And while he is, he's not mentally. And can't two Cloud gentlemen look at each other like that? Very true as well. I wanted to do lady just because I thought it would be fun to have both, but it could certainly be two Cloud gentlemen indeed. Maybe even father and son, depending on how you do it. I would want to add a mouth. Yeah. I quite like that. He looks so happy. Oh, that's cute. Let's see. Remove that there. Where were we? I was thinking lips. There we go. Oh boy. Another mouth kind of here. And I quite like it. And hi, Disco. Welcome in the stream. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome in. And oh, let me double check. Make sure there is if there is a message. Happy as a cloud. I feel like that is an expression. Hi, Epic. And hi, Jack. Welcome in as well. And again, thank you, Disco. And welcome in too. I feel like happy as a cloud does exist. I can feel it. So maybe we can do something like that. I definitely feel like this is more so of a comedy mask, like tragic and happiness, and you have a talent to breathe life into this. Well, thank you. You know, attempts always get made, and I'm happy to hear the effort is paying off. Let's see. I want to do some sort of smile, and I want it to feel like it's not too obvious of what's going on. So maybe we can add in kind of like the curl that goes on here, so like a bit of a curve down here for a sort of cloud, and then maybe we can add another guy down here, and then maybe we can add another guy down here, possibly. That there. Maybe curving a little bit more about there and there. Maybe about there. And that'll smile. Looks like a Mona Lisa of clouds. Oh, I'm just trying to see how could we, because I do like this. I think that's quite cute. But it's not on the realistic side. We don't have to go realistic, but I do want it to feel like it's subtle. Like if you squint, you can see the faces. Like how you would usually do with cloud gazing. You would have to squint. So is there a way we can squint to see the mouth without actually having to draw the mouth? Is there a way we can imply without having to say as much? We want the reader to come to the conclusion of our story. Something like that there and that there. Maybe that could work out. And then we need the bottom portion, so maybe we can add in... Nope. I quite like the happy face. It's looking like a good Claude. Oh, I can see Claude and squint or smoke. I believe you can use your own creativity to do it. And I mean, I learned so much of these streams, even though I'm watching with them with my head in the clouds. I heard it. I could feel it coming and you didn't even add it in. How awful, I say. Awful. Let's see. Maybe we can do something like this here. Maybe add in this guy up here and hold on. Let's see. Let me grab that. I haven't seen that before. And now let's see. You here. Paste it in. What is this exactly? A plant? Oh, the psychological tendency to perceive meaningful patterns. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's all cloud watching is, though. It's parallel. Let me just grab that. How to say? Just gonna do that. Let's see. Pareidolia. Pareidolia? Is that how you say it? Yeah, that's what cloud watching is. Finding faces in clouds, isn't it? Let's see here. I want to add like maybe an upper face here, maybe a lower face down here, and maybe also kind of come up here. Yeah, something like that. And let's see if we can carve it a little bit more. So for example, we can have maybe this kind of come down to look like cloud curves with something like this here. Maybe we can even have this guy kind of come in here. Maybe another guy kind of coming in here, like this here, like that there. Yeah, a little bit fluffy. We're going for fluffy here to make it look like it's kind of curving in, something like that there. No, he looks like he's got the dimples now, and the hold on, I understood 100% of those words. Check 100% indeed. Let's see here. We kind of have this guy coming in down. Why is the smile almost shaped like the USA? I don't know about that one. I'm squinting and I'm not quite seeing it. that can go down there. And then maybe we can also bring this guy down a little bit more. And then have it kind of curve in a little bit up about here. Actually, you need to go over here a little bit. Something like that there. That there, that there. And then you can kind of come in a little bit there. And then we can kind of have you coming down a little bit here. Maybe go back a little bit there. Just a smidge. Back a smidge about there, there, there. Yeah, and then we can kind of have you kind of come down. Nope. I look up. I think to myself, ah, yes, this looks great. And then my eyes slowly go up here, and it looks like he's sucking in air instead of smiling. I also learned a lot from Eris about a plant murder. Huh? How to brew certain special potions and not to forget the snow, the magnificent snow. I don't know where you got those lessons from, but I certainly wasn't the one that taught them. I'll say that much. Oh, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, what is it? The SpongeBob when he has that dry mouth and just gets parched. That's what I'm seeing now that I think about it. And your smile is patriotic. What is kilometer? I only speak in terms of freedom. Let's see up here. Add that there. I think that works. If we only add in one side, so about, let's see, about here, here. We don't add that sad face. We're going for happy. Happy, happy cloud here. Let's see. Add in about you here. That there. Yeah. And then maybe if we add in about you here. Add in about you here. Yeah, like that. I think that works for a happy cloud. And we have all seen your crimes. No, you can't point to them, so they don't exist. And I'm here almost like every stream, and I understood like 1.5 of the things you said. Oh boy, let's see. That's 1.5 things. Is that, what would be the 100% of that? We'll add in a little bit of floof down here, possibly. Maybe move it about here. Maybe add a little bit of a curve about here. Add a little bit of a curve about there. Maybe you can kind of come in down a little bit. Show a little bit of that clouding going on here. And then maybe we can add a little bit more oomph to you here. Like that there. And then we could also add, or rather remove a bit of this here. And add a little bit here. That there, that there. And actually, you know what? We'll make this a bit of a bigger clump. Or maybe not. I quite like that a little bit better. Yeah, we'll go for this instead. No, 1.5 of 3. Oh, I see. So half of it, half of 3. Let's see here. We'll add in a little bit of you here. Maybe even add a little bit of a bump there, possibly. And I definitely like this here. However, you can see at the very top, the top isn't, what is it? The top isn't in darkness, so we'll go ahead, we'll agree to those terms of service, and we'll make you come down a little bit, and then we'll grab that color here and paste that in, so that's part of the fluffy portion. And then we'll kind of also go back down here a little bit. We'll add in maybe some bit of, what is it called, waves into certain areas of it to make it feel a little less strict when it comes to the land of the law. We'll move that down a little bit. And, you know, before that, the cloud looked like a face of an old man with a heavy, hard shadow on the right side. This guy's supposed to be older. This one's kind of looking young, which I wasn't expecting. I was going for ladies, but you know what? Sometimes rolling with the punches results in rewards. So you want me to explain it? Explaining Eris's dark secrets? They don't exist. You have nothing to explain. And, like the X thing of northeast of the smile, the X, could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? Do you mean currently, or was there something earlier that you enjoyed the look of? Let's see here. We'll have at the bottom here, possibly, let's see. We can maybe add in a dark portion about here-ish, about there-ish, maybe we could do. About there, add a little bit of curving going on here. Have this guy kind of go down a smidge about there. Yeah, maybe about there, about there. A little bit more curving going on here, there. Yeah, like that, there. No, man, I think, hold on, let's see. Yeah, I agree. Something's not right here. And by that, I mean there are worse accusations. Hold on now, I thought you were agreeing with me. The betrayal, I say. Something like that there? Nah, I don't think so. I quite like the little bit of, it reminds me of almost like a fancy toupee, maybe. We could have possibly that there, but I quite like the feel of it feeling wispy. I'm also wondering, maybe if we add in shadow there, that's not too bad. We have, and I'm trying to reference here as well, a few clouds going on in the background. So you know what? We'll keep it as is with this guy here. I think that's fine. You don't want to start with the best parts? Oh, no! Oh boy, these horrible, horrendous accusations. You save them for later. Let's see here. Remove you. Maybe move you about there. Add a little bit of maybe bounce. And oh, I'm saying the word again. Perhaps a bit of bounce in this regional area here, add in a curl there, add in a dip down below, about there, add a little bit more about here. There we go, like that. More roundness there. Yes, indeed. And then we can also possibly add in, nope, we'll do possibly about there, and then we can add in that guy kind of coming down with his curve, and maybe we should try it out. Oh, the damage. Oh, that reminds me of the, what is it? That's a lot of damage. That's what it reminds me of. That there, kind of move this guy outward, and then this guy here can kind of go over a little bit more. That way we kind of have a pattern forming. I can also grab that here, move that there. A bit of a pattern forming in our clouds, so it's not too dissimilar. What I'm trying to look at is specifically here, we can kind of see the little bit of blobs coming outwards. So maybe we can go and add a little bit of blobbing here, a blob specifically in this area about here. And maybe we can start with the shocking curve with the banana. What are these? That's not even a crime. That I wasn't even the one that did it. You know, I was things happened and they weren't my cause. Like, we'll add that there. We'll then add this here. Let's see. Add it there, possibly, maybe even there. There. Actually, I want to do you rounder. Yeah, like that. And then possibly add in, I want to do that there. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I like this. I think this works fine. I'm looking up here to make sure I'm looking at both of them. No joke, the man really looks majestic and pretty, especially compared to the... Poor guy. He just has a majestic... Let him have a majestic beard if he wants to have a majestic beard. Let's see. We'll move this guy possibly up here. Maybe even have it come down a little bit. About here-ish. Have it go down a bit. Possibly about down there. Yeah, there we go. And then we can have you go in up. You know what? I quite like you going the way you are, so we'll keep you as is. We'll move this guy over here, possibly a little bit more for that round feeling. Maybe out there, just a bit like that. Yep, it doesn't look like they are in love with each other. They're not even looking at each other, though. That's the thing. I was going for something where they were both looking at each other, but I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't quite get the perspective right, unfortunately. But I wanted them to look like star-crossed lovers. That could have been fun. And then we call it Head in the Clouds. But that didn't go as expected. Let's see. We can maybe add, or no, actually, you know what? Bring that back. Yeah, bring it back. Bring it right back over here. I'll take good care of you, I assure you. We'll do you possibly about there, and then we can have you about here and here. Yeah, and then maybe we can even do a little bit of that guy coming down. You can curl out, or maybe you stay on the fluffier side. You can then go up a little bit. Yeah. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. Can we add a little bit more curl, possibly about here? Just a smidge, not a lot of curl, just a little bit of curl. And the right one say, oh, hello, cloud watching today, aren't we? And the second one's like, hey, what you looking at? Oh, I could see it, yeah. One's quite elegant, and the other one's just, in fact, it's like, what's the thing? The good guy, bad guy. The one that looks like a good guy is, in fact, the bad guy, and so on. Let's see, add you in there, add you about here, and add you about, let's see, possibly carving in a little bit more, but I want to have that cloud feel, so we'll go for something a little bit possibly more about there with our cloud. Kind of come down a little bit, maybe even add a little bit more bump and curve about there. Then we can add maybe a little bit more about there, yeah, and then have you kind of come down a little bit here about there. Yeah, I bring you in a little bit, so it looks like it's kind of bumping and curving over a smidge. About you-ish. Hold on. You there. Nope, like that. Yeah, lovely. We'll add a little bit more about here. There we go. I like that a lot. Move you about to there. However, this feels too flat now. So maybe instead, nope, we bring back that. Go back down to, let's see. There, yeah. I think my issue is it's too long. So we'll move you in just a smidge, or maybe we can go longer. Yeah, you know what? Fill that guy in, and that's how JPEG looks to see clouds, and that's a good cop, bad cop. Ooh, we could go for that, yeah. Good cop, bad cop. That could be a lot of fun, too. They're always watching, because they're always in the clouds. Let's see here. Make you go down a little bit, and then you have you kind of carving inward inwards like that, I think. And then you kind of go there a little bit. And then you a little thinner on the side. And then we can have you go down big time, or just a little bit of big time here. Yeah. And then you can kind of also look like you're fluffy and you're going in fluffy places here. Yeah, and maybe even a little bit more fluff here. Nope, I take it back. Maybe a smidge of fluff here. Nope, here. Hold on. Here. Yeah, there we are. And then maybe a little bit more fluff there. Nope, I take it back. Okay, we'll go with this one. And you can see smoking hot. Or even steaming hot. Pick your poison. Oh, that's quite silly. Let's see here. For our side, we can also add a little bit of these guys here. Well, maybe we'll do that to start off, so you can kind of see a little bit more of the face I'm going for. The sense of this is the face, and all of this is hair. And then this is the rest of the bottom of the face. I'm wondering as well, if we just fill this in, and oh, why won't you let me fill it in? Hold on. Why can't I grab this color and fill you in? Oh, I can. Lovely. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe we come back to the bottom of the face a little bit here, work on the other clouds, and this is taking a lot longer than I expected. Then again, I've never done something like this before too, so that's also something to take into account as well. So we'll go ahead and I think add a little bit of highlighting here, something like that there. Oh, hold on. Like that there to make it feel like it's kind of curving up a smidge, up and out. Like that. I think that works. And then maybe we can have this guy curling inwards a bit, possibly about here. Maybe we can then have this guy kind of curve inwards. I like the idea of this guy curling in a little bit inwards, so possibly we can do that there. Oh, no, never mind. I take it back. Hold on. What if we just fill it in? I like that. Yeah. And we got Gigaman, Cloud, and Marcus, your dad's buddy who works in brewing. It's all about perspective. This guy's here to make sure this guy has a lovely time. He's his observer, his viewer. Let's see here. Something like that there. And then my goodness, I tell you, it goes by so fast. All right, let's see, that there. Do we want to go with a different eye shape? Because that's another thing too, the idea of a comedy or tragic mask. I definitely think I like this because it feels like a mask. The question is, if we scroll out again, looking at our values and everything, what's on the left versus what's on the right, I'm trying to keep all of this area in highlight. And you don't kiss, he smooches. He smooches, that's silly. I'm thinking maybe we can add a little bit here, possibly, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe what we can have happen is this guy go out a little bit more, or go inwards, and that way we can kind of have it come inwards, something here-ish. Then maybe we can do that there. But I quite like my other idea, so we're gonna keep it. I think this was fine. This was a-okay. If anything, all we would have to do is add in a little bit of a puff here, possibly. Like there, I think could work. And then maybe another puff here, something like that, to show off the curves of the clouds. That way it's not too specific. And then from there, we could possibly get away with adding a bit here. No, never mind. Maybe we can do you here. Nah, I don't like that either. I think it's something along this line here that's not working quite well, but I think it's okay. We can keep it for now. And with all that said, maybe we can add a little bit more of a bubble up here. Like that there, I think can work. And now, for this other side here, I think it's fine to keep this all in shadow, since it already is all in shadow. No, I think we can do a little bit more with these curves. So possibly we can add in a little bit of up, down, like that there. And we can do something here where you can kind of see the bit of rounding of edges that goes on between the mixtures. So this guy can kind of go back a little bit as it's being accounted for, something like that there. And as it's going rounder, the other guy's also entering in, so they kind of have two entryways. And smooches, pronounces with French, or pronunciation was so French fries. Let's see here. You there, you there, you there, have you there, there, and there. And no, I see. Well, thank you. Let's see here. You there, and we have you here, and possibly another guy there. There we go. And you can kind of go down a little bit, and down a little bit more, something you there. I don't know about that one. We'll see. I think adding the lines where some of the clouds go definitely feels like it helps. So some of the cloud portions we could kind of do like that there. And then you can have this sky, maybe another separation going on here, and maybe another kind of cloudy portion here there-ish, but I don't know. I like the idea of keeping most of this not in color. I think that works out well. So it's just a matter of finding the rest of the colors. And what I'm seeing as well is that it seems to be there's a blob, and then there's certain fluffy parts of the blob. So something like that there, a little blob there, something there, like that. Yeah, I like that. I think that works. And then let's see, do that there, that there, that there, that there, that there. Maybe a little bit more of that there to round it out a smidge. You're a little bit too pointy. But I quite like the idea of it also not being pointy. But no, we'll keep it like this. Yeah. Can we add a little bit of a curve here? Something like that there. I do like that. Add that guy in there. And then add a little bit more curl here. Yeah. Less curl, more curl. You know what? I like this. So we'll keep this. Okay, so we have all of this good to go. I think the face is good, just about as well as it'll get, and I don't want to meander on it too much. Or is that what I'm looking for? Hold on. Oh, if it'll let me search up meander. M-E-A-N-D-E-R. Meander. Curve, follow. No, that's not the word I'm thinking of. What is the meaning of meander? To proceed or taking winding indirect path. No, meander's the right one. And ads, all right. So yeah, we'll do the ad break and then we will continue. So I'll have that click the button there. That way it does its thing. We have about 2-ish hours. No, 1 hour. Never mind. 1 hour left. That is a surprise. Yeah, it's about to be 4 and then 4 or 5. It is surprising how much. And keep in mind, usually we do 16 by 16. This is 144 by 144. This might be the biggest pixel art. No, hold on. Pixel art I've done on stream to date, if I had to guess. Let me get some water. Let's see. And this music reminds me of the good old theme, or times playing Sonic. This is a Sonic song. Specifically, it's Green Hill Zone. So it is a Sonic song. It's just in, what is it called? Piano. If you're interested in finding out more about the music, I can link you to that there. It's by Game Chops. They make different renditions of different video game songs. Speaking of, let me go ahead and hold on. I will wait for a second because I need to blow my nose. So I'll be right back. There we go. Feeling much better. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so question that is, I guess, do we give him a beard or do we keep it looking a little bit on the younger side? Right now, I think he's got a little bit of a baby face, but we'll see. Let me get a little bit more water. We'll do some stretches and then we'll take it from there. All right, a little bit more wet here, about here. Alrighty, I am now well hydrated. Let's go ahead and do some stretches then. So we have about 1.5 minutes. So we'll start off with the back. We'll go to the right a little bit. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go back a little bit. Make sure you don't break anything. And then you go to the front a little bit. Okay, and then from there, we have neck stretches. So we'll go to the right, left a little bit. And then we'll go to the right a little bit. And then we'll go down a little bit. And then we'll go backwards a little bit. All around town, I say. And another one you can do is turn to the side, go down, so we shall. A little bit like that. And then a little bit over here. And down again. And usually a whole putt, depending on if you like it or not. And how old have you been? 21 for 1,000 years, Mr. Cloud, possibly. You know, I feel like it could be fun just to have a game or it deals with cloud people. I never ended up seeing that movie. I think it's Elemental or something where it's the idea of everyone's a different element in the world. But I do like an idea like that where everyone's kind of the different types. If you know any, let's see, I think it might be D&D, possibly, but genies. Genies are different elemental creatures who just happen to grant wishes, and seeing the air genies with the flowing air beards or the magma ones, it's really neat. Seeing how you can translate character design into elements and things of that nature. And Adbrick is back, so welcome back from the Adbrick. Shall we continue then? So let's see here. I'll go ahead and zoom in about here and here. And what we were saying is we were going to look at below the chin, and I was wondering, do we want to try to add in a chin or something? Not chin, a beard. If we were to do beard, how would we do it? I'm going to guess we'd probably start off by adding a little bit of floof up here, maybe a little bit more floof here, maybe a little bit more bend down about there, and then we have maybe another floof up here, and then we maybe would do, let's see, also another under floof, and I definitely think this here needs to be changed. You're not going to, yeah, you definitely look like a neck now. Oh no, what have I done? The personification. Hold on, okay, you go here, and you're going to just go up like a curve, so up like that there. Hold, nope, hold on. You go up a little bit there. Yeah, like that. We'll have it curve upwards, and from there, we'll see about maybe having you kind of come down a little bit as you're curving down, so down, and then we have you going up again, so have this guy kind of curve in here, and you go down again, so maybe about here. Hold on, let's see. Fill you in as I won't need you anymore. We're going off of this guy here. We'll have you kind of come in a little bit more up, and actually, this is the base of it. I think that'll be fine. And we'll move that there. And Cloud, we're here, Lincoln. Oh boy, let's see here. We'll have some more fluffy portions. So another fluffy portion here. It can also be a bit of maybe a big fluffy portion about here. Then we kind of have these guys branching in a little bit closer. And then we know that guy's kind of coming down. So maybe we can add a little bit you here. Maybe a little bit of a small fluffy guy about here. We can possibly curve it in a little bit about there. No, I think it would go out a little bit more about there. Move you, oh, hold on, move you about, oh, let's see. You go there, and then this guy here would go around a little bit more as you're coming along the sides. And as this guy's going down, I'm looking specifically at this area here to see if we can have a little bit more curve and edges. Round portions we have going on, possibly we can do that there. And then we can have another guy coming down, maybe another kind of curvy bit here. And then we have also curves at the bottom. So I'll go you here, I'll fill in this space, and we kind of just have to follow that curve idea. And hydrate, sure. You're making wild progress.
Just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration, done and done. My only concern is that 1 hour won't be enough time. But I'm hoping, fingers crossed, it will be. We'll just certainly have to see, won't we? I'll add in this guy about down here, and you kind of come down here, about there, and then we have this guy flat again, move you in about there, something like that. And we can also, too, add possibly in another guy about here, maybe have you kind of come down a little bit upwards, and I'm just trying to show off the idea of, hey, there's kind of curvy portions here, don't they look like clouds? Doesn't your mind think clouds? Go on, mind, think for yourself, I believe in you. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm adding in just cloud-like shapes to hopefully ring the alarms that this right here, you should think of it like this way. It might not actually be this, but believe. You can believe. I believe in you. We could possibly also add in more fill about here. Maybe even a little bit more fill about here. Kind of curve in this guy. Let's see. Possibly about here. And then add, let's see. I'm looking at this. This kind of branches out a little bit. So possibly we can do about here. And there's backgrounds to this guy. So you know what? We'll keep it like that. I think that's fine. You're gaslighting us! You know what? Fair point. Technically speaking, that's what all this really is when you think about it. Yeah. It's the cloud gas. Oh, that's a good one. That's an awful one, but that's a good one. Let's see. We'll add in this guy about here. Oh, hold on. Maybe move you about down there. Maybe lower you a bit. Have you kind of smooth out a smidge there. No, yeah, possibly. I think maybe you can be a little bit bigger. Yeah, that probably works out a little bit better. Maybe make you a little bit bigger about there. But then you kind of feel like you should go in a little bit. So possibly we can move you in about there-ish. Yeah, well, maybe about there. Maybe just in a little bit more in. Yeah, hold on. Maybe we can move you there. Yeah, I think I like that better. And then this guy can come outwards, about like so. And then we have our cloudy boys coming in and making also a bit of a layer going on. So we can kind of have this guy here, maybe a little bit of this guy here. This guy goes down a smidge, coming into this rounded portion. This rounded portion is also a thing though, so we can kind of maybe curve that. And I'm also realizing the word is being spoken again multiple times. Okay. We'll add in a floofy part here that kind of bounces off of it, kind of goes a little bit over. And then from there, we'll have a large piece there. And you yourself are literally working on gaslighting. We are pumping up the gas here for hopefully fun results. I'm excited to see. The thing is, just keeping in mind, if it looks good, regardless of the stage we're at. Sometimes, it's a trust the process. Other times you need to understand that sometimes the process isn't worth saving. So that's what I'm trying to keep in mind here. We could possibly add in, you know what? No, I think this is okay. Maybe we can add in a little bit here and here, something like that there for our cloud boyo here. I quite like that. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah, round you out here. Yeah, fill you in like that there. Possibly then add in a curve there. Possibly another curve about here. There you go. Add a little bit of a bump. Oh, hold on. Add a little bit of a bump upwards up you. Yeah, and then maybe you go there. Yeah, okay. And if we're looking at the sides again, trying to check and make sure these guys are good to go, what I'm seeing is, at least you can kind of see there, and mine is here, it doesn't really register with any of the current ones. So what I'll do is, I'll actually do this guy here. We'll add in another fluffy piece, move it down a little bit, like that there. And now that we have this fluffy section, and proceed, the process so good, I don't trust. I know. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so, Jack. Let's see here. We'll add in, all of this seems to be fluffy in its own right. So you know what? We're gonna let it be fluffy. We're gonna fill this in. And I think for the closer portions, we're going to make it look like there's foreground and background within the clouds, like how they have here. So for example, it feels like there's different layers of clouds going on. So we might have a cloud layer about here, and then about here, let's see. Then add a little bit of a puff here. And then for this guy here, you need to be partially removed. I definitely think part of this could be just not that there, but I quite like our little curves too. But you know what? That's okay. We'll add in some curves here. So we have this guy going up, and then you can kind of have this guy coming upwards as well. A little bit of here, a little bit here, move you into there. And now I'm trying to add in the idea of just more clouds filling in the lines here. We can add in that guy there, and then we can have that guy go there, kind of like a curve. Then we can have possibly another big curve here. Doesn't have to be too elaborate again, because, well, one unfortunate thing is running out of time, but I'm fine going just a smidge over if it need be. This guy can kind of come inwards a little bit here, like that there, I think could be nice. About that there. And that's one reason I wanted to get good at clouds, is I like the idea of drawing shapes, and it feels fluffy. You can feel the idea of, oh, something's supposed to be here. Oh, something's not supposed to be here. I think it's super duper neat. It's just tricky to do, but I think it looks easy until you do it. That's the pain of this, I've realized over the years, is that, yes, should be easy peasy. Never say that. Never doubt the idea that it is a difficult process. But the thing is, it's fun in the sense of if you get humbled really quickly. You learn the lay of the land very quickly to let you know I'm not here to mess around. You will learn today. Like that there, I think is quite nice. And maybe we can have that as a dip downwards. From there, we can also have those sides there. But for at the current moment, we'll do it over here. And if we go to their side here, interesting to note the idea that only the top seems to show. So possibly what we'll do is only the top. So we'll grab this here and we'll go ahead and do this guy here. And I want to keep in mind the idea of the guy in the background. So I won't do too much, but I'll just go ahead and do a bit of an extra layer on top here. Possibly we can add in a bit of here, maybe a little bit here can also be added. And then we can also have a bit of here, maybe even a bit of a curve kind of going on. About here, oh, hold on. And you gotta know it's hard, but you gotta believe that you'll do it. Yeah. Even if it ends up not looking the way I intended, the good news is attempts were made, and I can just try again next time. And if I don't get it right, even more next times. And how to good art. A lot of trial and error. If I had to boil it down to a science, that's what I'd say most certainly is that how to do good art, try. When you try, also trying different things and making notes about what those different things are. For example, I think the word I'm looking for is iterative, where you do a process of trying different things. Where, for example here, maybe initially I have it and his face, I do this face, And next time, I make the eyes different. Or next time, I make the mouth different. So slowly tweaking things. And hi, sweetheart. Welcome into stream. Sup, Eris. I can't stay long today, but just saying sup, giggle mug. Well, thank you, and welcome into stream. Your presence is appreciated, regardless of the amount of time. Welcome in. Let's see here. I'm thinking as well, maybe we can add in a little bit of you here. A little bit of, let's see, you here. Just a little bit of, I want to go for the bounce sort of feel. That's what I'm noticing, a lot of arches and curves. And you sound edible? Hold on now, I am not edible. If that's what you're saying, it is not the truth, I'll have you know. Oh boy, that feels like a threat. The whole idea of, yes, that's coming from a lot from someone who's within eating distance. And nom. Let's see here. We'll curve you in, I'm thinking about here-ish, kind of have you curve down a little bit, and then have you kind of curve outwards like that there, and then have it kind of come in about there. Nope, hold on. About there, and then have you go down a little bit here. Yeah, like that there, I think. And hello, Mrs. Hello, Emila. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And Eris isn't edible because she's made of bubblegum. Well, have you know, I am not a fan of bubblegum. Bubblegum tastes weird, but I like watermelon. Watermelon's pretty nice. And she'll be stuck in your digestive system for 7 years. Nah, not even 7. I will make sure you suffer if I'm the one getting eating. Eat 10. Let's see here. Around this guy out a little bit more, maybe even down here a smidge. About that there. We can also round this guy out. A little bit of a bubble we're trying to do. And a little bit of this guy up here as well. Just trying to go for the round feel. 6, 7 years, maybe. No, 10,000 years. That's the amount. Let's see here. That there. Kind of curve it down a little bit here. And then let's see. About there and then there. There we are. Okay. Something like this. Hold on, my throat. I'm good. Something went down the wrong pipe when I spoke. We're all good to go now, though. And bubblegum tastes like it attempted a better flavor. It was a cough. Thank you regardless, though, check. Oh boy, let's see here. We can add this here, kind of curve it in downwards. Something, ooh, you know what? How about something like this here? It kind of goes, it goes in its own way. It kind of worms in here and goes flat there. I could see it. Maybe then we can have this guy kind of coming downwards. Maybe then we can have this guy doing a little loop there. Yeah, just kind of going a little, the edges don't matter as much. We just need a little bit of wisp action, like will of the wisp. That's what I want to go for here. So we'll go ahead and we'll add this here, maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit less. We don't want to do too much, just a little bit to add enough detail. The thing is, we're only at 2 colors. So hopefully, if it looks nice with the 2, it's gonna look zoom and enhance with all the other ones. Something like that there. Oh, I just realized the blending of these guys, this guy should be in the background. So actually, it should be more so a thing of having this guy go a little bit smaller. Possibly about there, maybe even more so, let's see, there and there. And then we can kind of have you go, maybe out a little bit more about here. Yeah, give a little bit of shape there. Nope, actually. I'm gonna have you go there. Like, nope, hold on. Yeah, and then have you come out here and then kind of fade in downwards. And then after that, we have you come down here and then have you kind of come in the certain areas around the edges, I think. Will be handy. Like that there-ish. There you go. That there. That way it looks like it's behind it, not actually being behind it. And then we can kind of also go about there. Maybe make this a little bit bigger to make it a little bit easier to see. There you go. Like that. And with that said, next up, let's see. So this here I think is good. If anything, what I would add is to kind of have that certain feel. As you can see, a lot of this white is getting brought to the front a lot more. So I might add in another layer here, another floofy layer. So I might add maybe a curve here, maybe a curve here, maybe another curve here, just about. And then kind of round it out, add a little bit of shape going on. So let's see, maybe make you about there, maybe make it a little bit smaller here, and then add another poofy point about here, just a little bit round. We're keeping it the round idea. We can maybe add in another round guy here, about there. I think it can work out quite well. So just rounding, going down and around. This guy can then kind of come possibly down a little bit more, which means this guy can maybe even get more around. So adding in the round parts there as well. Ports. Like that. A little heart. I do find the heart cute. Maybe we can keep it in. Just a little heart there. Yeah. And then add a little bit of you here. The thing is, I don't think I've done 3 yet, where it's kind of in 3 portions. So for example, here we have you here. Maybe then another 3rd one here. Like that. And have you kind of come down a little bit. You can come down a smidge as well. So you're a little bit down there. And you're a little bit too round. So I'm going to lower you a bit. And I'm also going to move you, have you come a little bit lower as well. Maybe a little bit lower bit as well to you here. Yeah, about there. There we go. And you go there. Yep. And then this guy can kind of come in a little bit too. A little bit down here. Yep. Curve you in as well. Or nope, actually, we'll just make you smaller. Something there. There you go. And we'll actually just do that possibly there. There you go. Okay. So then I'm thinking this guy can come out a little bit more. Have this guy come, let's see. You go around a little bit there. There you go. I quite like that. Yeah, lovely. Okay. And then from that point on, we have this guy. Maybe you can even come out up here. It's a little bit sillier. Maybe even also up here too. It's a little bit more on the floofier sides. And then for here, we have this guy. Possibly we can do another floof about there-ish. We don't want it to have too much of that dimension because we need to add these guys here. So far, let's see. I'll do this guy here, and then I'll have this guy kind of come up here. So we'll still keep in all of those guys. And then we'll maybe have you kind of come here instead. Grab that color, make sure you're good to go. Move you around possibly there. Make you a little bit smaller so you're not interfering as much. Have you come down. Go down here. Yeah, like that. I think can work out a little bit better. Maybe even have this kind of come up a smidge. Yeah, like that. I think that's good. We're going for the feel, and I think the feel is feeling at the moment. We could possibly have you come here, and then this guy come up a little bit more. And then this guy can come down a smidge, but I quite like the idea of it curving in just a bit, but not all the way. So we'll go about there-ish, I think. Have this curve, have this also curve in. About there. Yep. Okay. So from there, we have this corner part. And if we look at this corner part again, you can see some of it's in highlights, some of it's not. It kind of just depends. So we'll kind of add that shading we did before, where it was the idea of some of it in some areas. And there's a surreal face in the cloud. There's like a surreal face in that cloud. I'm glad you see it. That was purposeful. I was trying to. This one was on accident, but after doing this face, I thought it'd be fun to draw faces in the cloud. So I'm glad you see the face. Lovely. It's already working its magic. Good. Let's see here. We'll have this guy kind of move in about around there and around there. Fill that in about there-ish. Possibly even we can do a bit rounder here. A little less round here. Maybe we can even have you kind of come in. A little bit around here. About there. Well, possibly that there-ish. Oh, hold on. You there. Have it kind of come up a little bit. Come down a little bit. Come up a little bit. Where I'm just trying to add in the idea again. So let's see. You here, and you kind of go in a little bit here. For now, at least, this is the first layer. And then we'll add in a little bit of mixing between the layers to hopefully make it feel nicer. So you'll go in about here, there. I think there works out well. And then we'll add in about you here, I think. And then, let's see. I think you can use curving. So we'll curve you out. Curve you all the way out. Something like that. I think that works out lovely. And this is just wild, huh? What is it? Let's see. I quite like the idea of this coming out a little bit more, like this, like a little bit of a wispy feel. So we'll go ahead, we'll add a little bit of a wisp. And I quite like that idea of the wisp coming in. And then from there, let's see, maybe another cloud here, maybe another bit of cloud here, but I don't want to part it. It's the idea of that there's different layers. So possibly, and Christopher Cumulus, let's see. Add in about you there. And yeah, I'm coding right now and glancing from time to time, so I get surprised all the time. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I hope your coding's also fun. I am glad it's a good surprise, though. It's the idea of just trust the process. And I believe the process currently is being trusted, and I am quite happy with the results. I'm enjoying this. I wouldn't call it tedious. If anything, I'm quite relaxed doing this. I'm having a lot of fun just doodling. The only issue is that it's time consuming. But I can certainly see myself doing more clouds because this is fun. I remember liking the idea of drawing clouds, and now after doing this, I remember why. I remember that it's a fun experience. It's the fun in just trying to make shapes. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a word that has to do with, what is it? Doing things to make it feel like, no. Abstract. It is abstract art. And doing it this way, where you're doing shapes, but you're not quite doing shapes. I like that feel of it, where it's up to interpretation. I think that's neat. Let's see, we'll add possibly a big round portion about here-ish, about there-ish. We'll add that in about here and here. And then from there, let's see. I think adding in a part here could be good to go. So maybe we can do a little bit less bounce, possibly something along the lines here, maybe a little bit more up here too, something up here. We want the layers to feel like they're blending. So we'll go for the blending feel, something about there. We'll add in a bit of a round portion here. Make sure that's curved and make sure you're a bit curvier. There we go. Lovely. Okay. And with that said, is there anything else to do for this layer here? I don't think so. If anything, it's going to be to change the shape. Again, I really like this little curve part. That's what's inspired some of these swirls. That's some of my favorite things to do. The swirls, the curls. If you can add those in, they're quite fun. So maybe we can get a few of those in there as well. But that'll be that for this layer, I believe. Which is nice. We're good to go. So I'll go ahead. I'll drag this guy down here. We'll go ahead and duplicate it. Hide this layer here. And now we move on to adding the next color. So if we go back to you here, what is the next color we are adding? I can go ahead and hide this guy here. Should get rid of that. Should also get rid of this too. Meow. Welcome back. Is it Lunaria? Welcome back in. So let's see here. Next up for colors, we have, let's see, hide, show you. Next up, we have this guy. So once it seems you have all your highlights, or we're going to step down to darker, and hi, Nita. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Now that we have this guy, we will now add, it seems to be the case, the dark blue in some of the areas. This is not mine. I got panicked. This is not my art. This art here is made by craftpix.net. We're using it as reference. So we're breaking this artwork down and seeing if we can make our own artwork. This is, I got inspired by this, and currently this is my artwork. So this right here, I can take claim of. This guy right here. So we're breaking it down and building it up in our own style. So let's see here. Now we're going to add that dark blue, and that looks cool too. Well, thank you. I just want to make sure the credit that's given is given to the rightful owner here. So we need to add, it seems, the dark blue to some of the dark edges of our other guy. So that'll be interesting, won't it? Let's see here. Slide you over here, and go to here. So we'll move this guy to back there because we will need it. We'll then slide this guy over. This is our next layer we're working on. Should be at least. Yes, indeed. Lovely. I'll make sure it's safe. Make sure we're using the right color here. Zoom out a little bit more, and let's take a look at where these guys remain. And we'll also do, I think the tap makes it a little bit easier to see in the center of the field. Lovely. Okay, so let's see. To start off, there are some background edges of some of the places. So maybe that's something we can start off with. I can also see some parts that can be modified too. And I love you, VTuber. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy the fruits of my labor. Let's see here. For example, maybe we can do, hold on. We can do possibly something here. Fill that in. I think maybe we can do, as long as it feels like it's a lump. I think that's what's important. So we can add possibly a lump here. Maybe we can add a lump back here. So possibly, let's see. Maybe add a lump here, fill that in there. Nope, I think that ruins it. Truth be told, what I'll do is I'll make a new layer. That way we have the background and see if there's any background portions that we can capitalize on. That's the word I'm looking for. For example, there, I don't think that'll work. Are there any other portions? I can see possibly background working here. So we could, for example, add maybe this guy back here. Maybe we can add a little bit of background here and here, but I want it to feel like there's volume. So I don't want to round out the curves too much. We want it to go and feel like there's still edges. You can kind of see below some parts there. Well, actually, no. This guy does curve. It blocks out those curves from before. So it's so cute. Well, thank you. Let's see here. What I'm thinking is we can add possibly here. Maybe we can move it in a little bit more. add in a little bit more about here, something like that there. We kind of connect the two. There-ish, I could see possibly working out. Though maybe it is now the case of adding in the extra bottom portions. So maybe we can go back to this layer here and go back to you at the top layer here and add in that kind of wavy feel. So maybe the wave here, and then have it come down a little bit, kind of come in a little bit here, you there. That way it can kind of blend in a little bit more, and then maybe we can do, let's see, have it kind of curve inwards, and that guy then can curve outwards a little bit more, something like that there. And that way this guy can kind of curve around and down without having to worry about the other parts. Something like this here, so we want to keep it bubbly. Remember, we're going for bubbly, so we could even maybe move it out here, something like that. I think that could work, actually. Hold on. Something like this here. I think I see it. So we'll keep this here. Then maybe we can subtract that guy from there. You're too pointy, so make you a little bit rounder. And I quite like that, I'd say. Maybe we can even add a little bit more roundness here, so even more floof than what we had, possibly. So add round here, move that up there to add round down here now. And move that down here to add in round about here and here. Like that there, I think can also help us out. Something along that lines I think can work out. However, it's just a thing of keeping those round portions, for example here, that would move the face. And we want to keep the face. So I'm going to keep away from that portion just to keep it bright with enough contrast that you can know, hey, this is a face. Let's see here. Next up, I think we can possibly have another guy going downward here, like that there, but we have to add possibly something there, and then maybe another arch here. And I lurked for an hour and then came back, and wow, these clouds look really good. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad the trusting the process has paid off. Let's see here. Something that there. And then this guy could also have the bottom of the clouds, but this shouldn't have a lot of shading. So I'm going to keep to the idea of not a lot of shading. So actually, you know what? No, we'll do this here. I think this is fine. It's not a lot. It's just a little bit. I'm okay with a little bit of shading. Let's see here. Not a lot of blue on this side, you can see, but there is some. So that's what I'm trying to keep to the idea of. We go up here. There's some going on in this area, so maybe we can have the blue kind of come down and back down here. Or maybe we can have it just kind of come down here. Maybe then we can have this guy kind of come up a little bit more about there. But I quite like the curl, so we'll do maybe about there in those centers here where it kind of gets smoothed in a little bit. And then for here, maybe we can add in a little bit of a curve here. Maybe in a little bit of that there. Could work, possibly. Just trying to do a little bit, not too much. These are supposed to be details that we're adding. Not a lot of everything. We could possibly add in a bit of a curve here. Maybe it can come down and around, or maybe just even pop out like that there. That could work too. We can slide over a little bit. You can see how the colors are starting to blend in a little bit together with how the dark clouds are appearing. So where we see these the blue at is where the gray is. So we go back to this layer here, and if we just keep in mind blue is where the gray is, we should be fine. So what you do in this example is you would go ahead and possibly, let's see, maybe make a little bit of a blue here, maybe add a little bit of blue out here. Now we're just going back to curling everything and trying to make sure it feels natural. So I might do that there, I might feel that in there. Now that kind of mixes in. However, you can see the blue doesn't really touch. Well, sometimes it seems to touch the white, sometimes not, which is interesting. Maybe we can have that kind of coming down here. And let's see here. Yeah, the blue touches the white sometimes, which is interesting. We can have this guy kind of curl upwards, and then this guy then needs to curl, I think, a little bit more, something like that there. And then, yeah, possibly like that. And then we can have, maybe you can come in a little bit less, so bring back that bit there. And that way you can kind of have a bit of a round edge here, I think is fine. And then this dark blue can kind of come in. Maybe you can go about here and then kind of pop out a little bit here. Just two different colors to use. So we're only adding to you here. So we'll do that there. I think that's fine. We're going to need some blue up in here for sure. And also I think in these areas. The thing is though, this blue is the exact same blue as the other ones. So we don't want to use it too much. Just sparingly mixed between everything is what we're going for. For example, here you can kind of see the blue is in some of these areas. So maybe we can do something like this here, but the blue isn't everywhere. Maybe we can do the blue about here. And I'm trying my best to follow the curves of the gray. It's kind of having the blue kind of come outwards a little bit. Maybe we can have it come outwards like here. This gray is then curving forward and then kind of coming out like that. Maybe we can kind of have it coming down maybe and then something like that there, possibly. I think it's a lot of this is just trial and error and just trying to figure out what feels right to you. And that's what I do enjoy. The idea of just try and see how you like it. A lot of experimentation. Let's see, you there, you there. We want it to feel curved. So I think this will be fine. And then we have possibly another blue in the background here. So I'll go ahead and I'll add another fluffy blue kind of here and maybe here too. So we'll go ahead and fill that in there, since that blue can kind of mesh in with the other blues we have currently going on. It keeps sliding along. You can see more meshing of the two together. So we'll go ahead and possibly add in, let's see. A blue at the bottom here could work. So let's see, possibly blue here, kind of have you curved down a little bit. And actually, hold on. You're the gray one. The gray does not go in the front, so never mind. You do not get any blue, unfortunately. However, we might be able to pop a little blue out here. Something like that there. Have you curved in possibly a little bit there? Have you curved in a little bit here? And then a little bit more there. That could work. I could see that working 100%. Have that guy kind of coming in down. Have you kind of curling in, and that way we get the idea of the round blue just in the background, fluffy and nice and cute. So we'll do that there. Yep. And then let's see. We have blue already going on here. I'm just trying my best to pepper it. I don't want to do too much blue. You can see here, no blue. Here, lots of blue. Right now, at the moment, I have a little bit of blue. So we're going to be using a lot of blue here. So let's try and do that, shall we? So let's see, to start off, the blue is in the way background. So for example, here, all the edges are blue, or the dark blue. So I'll zoom out a little bit and let's see if we can incorporate that into his hair here. So for example, here, we might have the blue kind of coming inwards. Maybe also a little bit of a line here for our blue. Maybe it starts off here where it's a little bit rounder as the sky's coming in. Maybe the sky even curves around like this, and then that blue kind of curves in. Something like that. Maybe then this guy can kind of come down a little bit. Or no, you know what? I like the idea of it keeping it circular. So we'll keep it circular. Possibly about there-ish. About there. Yeah. And now we have this guy kind of coming down a little bit maybe. And then we can kind of have it going up again. So down a little bit. Up again a little bit. And the stream got me sleepy in the best way possible. Oh yes, that's the thing. When you do big pieces like this, it's relaxing. It is super relaxing because it's a lot of just repetitive stuff. And I enjoy it. I truly do. It's just the thing of, it's hard to plan, and especially if you don't know how long it's going to take. Even harder to account for time and breaks and things of that nature, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I think the last time we did something like this was back when we did the space study and we tried drawing some of the solar system. I think that's when the last time something like this was relaxing, the relaxing drawing in the sense of just a lot of repetitive things going on and a lot of just relaxing here and there. I do enjoy it though. It's nice. Let's see. You kind of come here. You kind of come down here. Maybe you can kind of come up a little bit here. And then you go up here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, how I haven't done something like this in a while, where we don't do a copy, or rather a breakdown of it, and lots of different pieces. This is a big piece, and usually big pieces are difficult. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to add shapes in here. You can kind of see there's a little bit of like I like to call it, I like that toupee kind of flick that's going on here. So I might add in a little bit of a flick going on in there, something like that there. And then you have it kind of coming down. And then we have this guy as well. So this guy here, I'm going to section off, and then I'm going to do that there. So this guy needs to have a lot of gray next to it as well. So possibly we'll instead do a bit of a line like this here. It feels wild to think that that was a year ago, though. Your voice and a tone deserves a lot of credit for the coziness. Well, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you think I'm quite cozy to listen to. That's always nice to hear. Oh boy, let's see. It's either, yes, your voice is very cozy, or, oh my, I don't understand a thing you're saying with your voice. It's so fast, it moves so much. So I do appreciate it. Let's see here. The thing is, though, I'm quite glad to seem to have two options here I can go with. Either quite excited and fast, or slow and just a little bit reflective. I think there's fun in the fact that there's multiple options. I'm not bound to any singular thing. Let's see here. Move you down there, move you down there. And then for this guy here, you can kind of have that there. Then maybe you can have it kind of coming down there. And hold on. Have you go there. Yeah, something something like that there. I think we'll be fine. And maybe we can even do a bit of clouds here, a little bit of there, and then put you in there. Now, are the clouds like that here? You can kind of see where there's a little bit of white. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to layer it in chaotic. Good! Not at all. I assure you, I am as chaotic. No, I am as lawful as possible. That's what I was trying to say. Hydrate, sure. Give me
Cat
one
sat
second
on keyboard
here.
just redeemed
Let's see.
hydrate.
You here. Have a little bit of a lump here. Let's see about you there. Maybe a little bit more lump there. I quite like the idea of a little bit of flicking as well, so we might layer you in there as well. Alrighty, hydration, sure. Let's see. Water time. Water, all good and acquired. Thank you for that. Redeemed. There we are. So let's see here. From here, a lot of lumpy colors. So I'll be doing a lot of lumpy. And answer so loud, you woke up, cat, sleeper agent. Oh boy. That's where the chaoticness comes from, I tell ya. So let's see here. We have you here, blend you in here, there. Yeah, I quite like it. And then from there, I also like how it almost looks like it's coming and it's wrapping around. That's quite neat, wouldn't you say? So maybe we can kind of have it come around here and also go for that kind of wrapping around feel. Maybe, we'll see. And actually, yes, I was napping. Oh boy. Let's see here. We can have this guy kind of coming inwards, possibly. Then have this guy go over, just a smidge, something like that there. There you go. Have you coming over, so it looks like it's kind of going inwards, and maybe a little bit of a down curl, something like that there. Then we can kind of erase it. Nope, actually, keep that a little bit. I want to have the roundness here, something like that there, maybe a little more there. You know what? I'm looking up here, and I think it's fine. I think it's good. Okay, good to go. We'll have this guy maybe add a little bit more definition along the top of this guy here, and then a little bit less definition along the bottom of this guy here, and then we'll have you kind of curved maybe a little bit inwards like that there, and then you can kind of have your cake and eat it too about there and there. Yeah. I took a nap outside on a hammock. Oh, that sounds comfy. You know, outside and me don't get along, but I do enjoy a good. I became mosquito once. Exactly the reason why me and outside do not get along. The idea sounds nice, and the only way I'd go outside is if we are. What's the word I'm looking for? Is if it is during the winter seasons, since that means no more mosquito. Problem solved. Easy peasy. Let me zoom out a little bit here, and there is. This is a little bit tricky to see. So what I'll do is I'll hide this guy just so we can see where these shadows are with our highlights and everything. So I'll move that back here. And now let's see. We have a lot of cloud here. So we'll move that there here. And I'll also do a bit of cloud motion going along the lines of here. We should be able to properly add a mixture of the two. That's what we're going for here. Maybe we can do a little bit of this guy going up. I think it's going to come a lot down to shapes and figuring out those shapes. But if we can figure out where the shape should go, it should help. For example, here, we want to do round. This doesn't feel round. So what's a way we can make it feel round? If this guy's going and curving over and over, this guy then can maybe have a little bit of roundness going on for him. This guy also feels pretty blocky, so let's maybe make it a little bit rounder. This guy then, maybe over here, possibly like that there. Kind of cut this guy off a smidge. And I definitely think something's off about it. And it could be my layers. Could be a sense of we're getting or the differences. You can see there's some areas where it's different. So possibly what we have to do is instead do something like this. And then do that there. Something like that there. And let me grab that YouTube subscription. We have Maril, possibly, or maybe Maril. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And welcome into Claude. welcome into stream. Let's see. We'll do this here. And then we can possibly have this guy kind of come in a little bit. Maybe a little bit in. And then maybe you can kind of also kind of curve in a smidge. That way it looks like a intentional. Something like that here. The purpose of doing them between each layers, though, is that you don't have to do too much work once you get to this point. Right now, I'm erasing old layers, which is not ideal, since the hope is that you just have to add to what you already have. But I enjoy doing it, because I think there is a fun part about adding a bit of definition here and there. I think it's handy. And for example, here, I'm just going to do this instead. I think that works out better. And then maybe we can have this guy kind of coming in, maybe as a little bit of a smidge of road or a hill, like that there, and have it come wrap around, that there. But then we also need to still be able to see the bump in the sky. So possibly something like this here. And then we have this guy here, maybe a little bit of downward bits going on here, and that can go there then. Then that can help it feel like there's things going on here that we maybe just don't have access to see and understand just yet. So we have that guy here, and then maybe we can do a little bit more here, about there, and then maybe we can have it kind of come over, maybe a little bit more, maybe then have it come down here, something like that I could see working out. So let's see here. Yeah, this guy would usually then come in about here, and then let's see, you would come in about here, and then you'd come maybe about, let's see, kind of curve in a smidge because of the wrappings. So maybe you'd get a little bit more space out here, like that there, and then actually do a little less, go a little bit lower. Yeah, like that, a little bit more on the subtle side, a little bit more subtle, like that there, I think. Yep, I'm looking at this guy here, Lovely, okay. And then from there, let's clean up this a bit. For example, that's a little bit too sharp. I like this. We can maybe make this a bit of more of a bump. Then that guy can be maybe even a little bit more bump, like that there. And maybe we can also add a little bit of bump here, maybe a little bit of a slide, so you can kind of see the mixture of the two. Maybe this guy can even come in a little bit. We can get a little bit more mixture. Maybe we can even add in a bit of this guy popping out, and then this guy kind of curving inwards. And then maybe this guy kind of coming, let's see, about here-ish as it's curving downwards, so something like that there. Maybe go up a little bit more about there. Let's see. It might be a little bit too, there might be too much twist. So we'll hold back on it a little bit. We'll move that there. I think that's okay. If anything, possibly we could just add in a little bit of a bump and mound. It doesn't even have to be connected, it just has to be a little bit of something like that there. And then maybe we can have a little bit of, let's see, have you round here, and then a little bit less round. So something there, and then something here. Though it kind of feels like it's merging a little bit too much with the eyes because of the way the areas work. So we could also tone it down if need be to. Just depends. We'll have that go down there, that go down there. I think this could go to the side a little bit more. Like that there. And then this could kind of come down to show off, hey, look, this is actually part of a rounding area. So let's see, about there, about you, hold on, about you there. We want it to feel curved. So let's see, yeah, hold on, you need to feel like a circle. How can we, oh, there we are, circle, lovely. And then this guy can come down, and then we can do, actually, you know what, maybe that, maybe this, maybe curve there, and maybe another curve here. And that can go up a little bit, and this guy can come down a smidge, have you go down, maybe a bit there, and then put you back about there, I'd say. Yeah, something like that I think will work for our curves. From there, let's see. We've been merging a lot of the blues up here. This is where we want our blues at most. So let's see. There could possibly be some blue here we could add. So maybe we can do, let's see. Blue here, here, here. And then have it cover up a little bit here, here, here. A bit of blue here could work. We'll go ahead and make sure this guy feels like it's kind of moving inwards. So we're having the round bits here. Possibly then we could do there. And that way it looks like the cloud, the gray portion is merging inwards. Maybe we can even add in a bit of a flick in here. I think that can work out well. And then maybe we can also just do that there to make it seem circular. And then for here, we want it to feel round. So might do, let's see, maybe a little bit more here. Add a little bit more of a oomph up at the top. Maybe even add a little less, kind of coming down a little bit. And then have this guy here, maybe even a little bit over more. Just fill in the blanks a little bit. I think that works, that's fine. And then we have this guy here, all on this side. It's all that dark tone. So I really do want to pay attention to that. So I'm going to start off by just adding all of that as that color here. And now let's go back in. Let's carve it out so it feels like it's merging between the two. So possibly we can have one guy up here, and we want to make sure there's a little bit of a barrier going on. So we'll have this guy going on here, and then maybe you can have that guy going here. This guy then feels a little bit too straight. So we'll add you here, move that about there-ish. Maybe go for that toupee idea where it's a little bit of a top lump and then kind of flicks up. I did like that idea. Don't know if I can execute it, but I did enjoy it. So we'll do that there, move you here, fill you in there, do that there. Kind of just have it arch in certain areas. So arch here, maybe an arch here, maybe a little bigger arch. So up here, down here. There you go. Like that, I think works well. And then we have this guy here. maybe even comes out a little bit more, like a little bit more of a lump. Like that there, though I don't like that. I think this is fine. This guy's too pointy, and this guy can then come down here and down here. Like that. I think it's fine. And then, let's see. Maybe we can even add that up there. And then add another bit of just floof down here. I think a lot of what it comes to when it comes to clouds is layering. And up here, down here, up here, down here, a little bit more lump up here is a nuclear reactor. Easy peasy. Oh boy. I can imagine the, well, no, I can't imagine, but yeah, as I said before, it feels like at some point the repetitiveness does come into play, but I think it's enjoyable. The idea of just, okay, let's try a little bit more there, a little bit more here, there, everywhere. Let's add in a bit more of you here, and a little bit of you there. There we go. And possibly also do that there. There you go. Okay, and I think all we're missing left is, if I hide this guy, show this guy, hide this guy, show this guy. Lovely. Okay, you are, what are you? Oh, you're the back guy. Sky. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll merge you down since you are needed. And we'll also think to add maybe a little bit of back area here. We'll do that here, add that there. Let's add a little bit more oomph to the back areas. Possibly about there. Or actually, you know what? I think the wisp works out well. If anything, maybe we can add a little bit more oomph to it. Possibly like that there. Maybe a little bit of a curve. Possibly. Nope, I don't like it. I take it back. And this is growing incredibly comfy. Well, like, thank you, Wakaches. And welcome into stream as well. Welcome back. I'm glad you're finding this Cloudman quite comfy. Let's see here. Anything else we can do? We can kind of possibly add in a little bit of blue here. So I'll do that there. Maybe a little bit of blue there. Fill that in about there. Maybe then we can also do a bit more of an arch here. Another bit of blue here. And then add in a little bit of you down there. There you go. How about that? And do that here. And then kind of have this guy. And you can kind of go down a smidge because you're trying to look like you're moving into it. So possibly we can get away with something like that there, perhaps. Have that come down. And then have this guy come down a little bit more. Have you come up a bit more. Have you go down a smidge about here-ish. Yeah, how about that? Any more blue we can add? I want to see if we can add some blue in this area, though it's a little bit hard considering the fact that there's nothing going on in here. But all in all, I think the blue is fine. I think we're good. And hi, hello, how goes the clouds? Well, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm enjoying this a lot. I forgot how fun it is. I knew it was going to be enjoyable, but man, oh man, did I forget. I'm having a lot of fun. Let's see here. We can have you. I think we'll save that there. Yep. Okay, so I think we're done with the dark blue. Next up on the layers to check as we're reaching the next minute mark. Okay, what we'll do is we'll have the ads run now since it's about 50 or 10 minutes until the ads would run. I don't know how many more layers are there. We have one more layer, I believe. We have this layer, which we just did. And then lastly, we have this layer. Is that the same? Hold on. Hide you. And then show the final guy here. This guy here. Oh, I think we might be done. I'm looking at this. This is the last of it. Never mind then. And clouds are so fun. They are. Dozed off for about 3 hours there. Did I miss anything? Hi, Siratzis. Welcome back. I hope your nap was relaxing. And not much, not really. I was thinking to myself, man, I think there's another color, but no. I think that was the last of colors. There's 3 colors in total. So we'll do the outbreak. We'll do a little bit more detailing, and then I think we'll call this a day. I am super duper happy. All right. So we'll do that there, grab that button there. And sometimes you sound like caffeine impersonator, and sometimes your voice is soft as clouds. I know where you're going with it, so I'm going to say it before you even get the chance. Oh boy, let's see here. I think next what I'll do is I'll save this guy here. Yeah, that's it. The only thing else to add would be, let's see here. You there. I don't know what you are. What are you? What are you, layer? Hold on. Hide everything and show this group here. What are you specifically? This layer right here. What are you showing off? We'll hide you. Oh, no, never mind. That's this cloud. Okay, we'll hide you. Oh, you're this layer. Got ya. Is that part of the layers? Hide, show. Yeah, hide, show. What are you showing? Oh, I see. Got ya. Hold on. Okay, so we have back layer, this layer. We did this. Oh, no, we didn't do that. That's this layer here. So, yeah, all that's left to do is a few details here or there. That should be a lot of fun. Okay, water time. And then we'll do a bit of stretching, and then we will wrap it up, and we'll also look at some pixel art if anyone did words. did draw some clouds. We'll take a look at it. Water, all good to go in the good old cleanup. Yeah, just a little bit of cleanup here and there. Just looking here and trying to think to myself, are there any other things we could do? But no, I'm quite satisfied, I'll have you know. Let's do some stretches. So we'll go to the right a little bit, and then we'll go to the left a little bit, and then we'll go back a little bit, and then we'll front a little bit, and then we'll go to our head stretches. So the neck stretches, technically, I guess, if you're thinking of it in your mind. So let's see, left here, and then we'll go to the right here, and then we'll go down, and then we'll go back. All right, and then you can go twist and down as well. Hold it for like a few minutes. Well, 1 minute. Don't do many minutes. And then we go to the left a little bit and down. Since, the study, the ad breaks are only 3 minutes. We can't hold it for the minutes we should. But I'd say probably this here, for example, 1 minute here, 1 minute here, possibly 1 minute there, a minute for each. If your body is tolerable of it, I'd say do it. But make sure you don't push yourself beyond your limits. So let's see here. We have you. We're going to add that guy in there. I also want to add a little bit of the floofiness. And there was another part of the clouds. Let's see if I can find it. Cloud breakdown. That's this guy here. Cloud study. Nope. One more of the clouds. Let's see. Are you the thing I'm looking for? Aseprite here. Nope. You there. You are cloud breakdown. You are cloud study. I have it somewhere. I just don't know where. That's that there. That's this here. Terraria is that there, and welcome back from the ad breaks. And going even further beyond is the only way to be like Goku. Isn't further beyond what is it, further beyond plus ultra? I think it's a little bit different. And 12 seconds, yep, 12 seconds is all good to go. So welcome back from the ad breaks. I was trying to find the reference that I had opened up earlier. For some reason, I am unable to acquire it. Oh, found it. Lovely. This is what I wanted to look at. There was one part, or I think one at least, the clouds, and here I thought the cloud fluff was going the other way, but I guess not. Interesting, yeah. It's either some starry night skies, depending on how you do them. I just think they're so neat. I want to see if we can add a little bit of drag. That's what I want to do. I want to add a little bit of a drag here, and then possibly also add some clouds on the top and that there. All right, so let's go ahead and start on the final details, shall we? Well, first things first, what I wanted to do was, let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's duplicate this. Make sure we know where we came from. Hide that there. All right, so let's see. I want to add a little bit of roundness to here, so that's not too straight. And then from there, I do want to add a little bit of fluff. So for example, here you can see a little bit of fluff of the clouds coming off. And I do like that. It reminds me of, what would you call it? Petals? Some sort of flower petals, if I had to guess. So let's see if we can have it kind of look like it's curving upwards. But look at these guys. They seem to be, flower petals. If I had to describe it, that's the feeling I get. So let's see if we can add some. For example, maybe here we can add a bit of a flower petal feel. Maybe a little bit of another cloudy petal here. Kind of downturned just about a little bit here. Maybe also a little bit here we can add one. So just a little bit in few areas. We don't need to add too much. The idea is that you use them sparingly so that they feel more impactful since there's less of them. So possibly about, let's see, up here. We want it to feel like it's going up too, though. So maybe we can do about there, like that there. Yeah. And then after that, you can also see that in the background here, the puff goes the opposite way too. So let's also add some opposite puff. Let's see, possibly what we can do is add one here. Maybe a little bit of that there. A little bit of opposite puff going on about there-ish. Maybe we can add in another guy in the background about here, kind of curving outwards. Maybe that there. And then maybe we can add in another guy here-ish, possibly. I saw one where it had it over, but I don't like that. I think having the little puffs is fine. I also want to see about maybe adding some dots, but nope. I think the puffs are fine. I think this is good. It is a-okay and good to go. And maybe one more about here-ish. And then I think, let's see, if you go down, make that there. No, it's the same exact shape. We don't want another face, huh? Indeed. The faces are fun, so I decided, you know what? We stay with the face idea. It was enjoyable, so I kept doing it. So we have a puff there. Possibly another puff here. How can you go wrong with faces? There's no way it can be wrong. Faces are always the answer. It's the question. The answer is yes. Let's see. Fluff there. Nope. We want it to kind of curve up a little bit. So possibly we'll do something like that there. And then maybe a little bit here. We want to keep it small. And sometimes somebody's watching me intensifies. I'm possibly coolly or impossibly cool details. Oh boy, let's see here. Let's add that guy up there. There we go. And maybe one more about here. I think this is fine. I think that's a-okay. Another thing I might add is you can see in the background here, or some of these backgrounds, where sometimes the clouds are also up above. So what I might do before we add that line is I might add in, let's see, some lines about here. So possibly we can do maybe a bit here, maybe a bit here to add some clouds in as well. I think could possibly be a good detail to add. We'll see. And these clouds have been longer round too. So we want to make sure we keep with the round idea. Maybe what we can do is add in some roundness to make it seem like the clouds are here. So we'll add a roundness there, maybe then there, then maybe another roundness bit here, maybe another roundness bit down a little bit there, about there-ish. Something like that, though I don't know. It feels like a bird instead. So what we'll do is add, I think, instead of trying to add to the background, we'll add that line, and we'll have that line going from here to here. I think that'll be fine. So what we'll do is we will go back to this guy here, and if we go to this guy I made and hide you here, when it's near the puff, it seems to go for this light blue, and then the outer edges are darker until it fades. So maybe that's something we can do. I'll go to a new layer here, and then from there, I'll see about adding in, let's see if we can, a line. Yeah, a line tool. So a line tool about here and here. My question is if we can make the lines possibly even. So maybe something like, let's see, like that, let's see. I think that's okay. That's just about the same. And after that there, what we can have happen is the extra bits. So for example, here we have two colors. We have another color here that gets lighter. So after this area here, we can possibly then go for something lighter about here-ish, maybe even more about there. You know what? I like the idea of it being just a little bit on the edges. So we'll do that there. And then from there, we'll have this guy as our outer edges, like that there. And then we have you fill in. And actually, we'll do another one up here. I think works fine. And then after that, we have the even darker one. And it seems to go even darker. Is that possible? Yeah, it does. This one's more of a gradient, which is super duper interesting. We will go for that though. I don't quite like the idea of doing that. So what we'll do instead is we'll go for the colors that we have. We won't try to add any more colors. So for example, here what we'll do is we'll do this color, and then we'll do this color as the other color, the last color. Possibly what we'll see is about that there. Yeah. I also think maybe we can add in some puff about here and about here to make it feel like it's colliding with the two. Yeah, I quite like that idea. So we'll add that in as well. Maybe a little bit more puff here. So drag that out and over a little bit here. And then maybe we can also do a little bit of puff. Well, we actually can't. So 3 faces in total. Where's the third face at? Did I miss a face? Hold on now. Did I make a face without even realizing a face was made? Let's see. We'll grab this guy here, and we can also have it kind of come down a little bit. And when you're drawing the line, it looks like someone's sneezing. Does it? I don't see the sneezing, but also, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it feels like another face. Oh boy, it's always the case of, where the faces appear where you least expect them. Let's see. Yeah, I don't like, let's see, you there. Yeah, I think this is cleaner. From there, you can kind of see it's a little bit of a jet of some sort or something. I think it'd be fine to do a little cute star instead. So possibly, are there any stars we can look to? A few stars here. Let's do, ooh, that moon's pretty good too. Ooh, tricky. Okay, let's try a few different ideas here. We could do, let's see. Maybe we could do the star, possibly. The star would look like this here. But I think that star is a little bit too big, so maybe, let's see. I could have also not done the star correctly. Nah, I think... Ooh, do you think we can do a paper plane? We can try. Let's see. Get down, Mr. President, bullet trace. Oh, fair point too, yeah. Let's see. I'm thinking maybe we just do something like this here, like a paper airplane. Something small, not too much detail needed. Something, oh, I think that's the wrong side. Hold on, let's see, you there. And I was talking about him looking like Abe Lincoln. Oh my! That is horrifyingly fun. It's I assure you, no cloud people were harmed in the making of this cloud. And then we can have this kind of come down, possibly about there. How about that? And then we'll have you, I think, be this color. Or actually, hold on. You can be that color, and then you can maybe be that color, or maybe, yeah. I don't want it to look like I want this to be in the background. So I'm going to maybe do this color here, or no. It'd be this color here for back, and this color here for front. But I do like the idea of it also being bright, so maybe we can do this guy here for front, and then this guy here for back. Something like this here. The question is, are you bright? You are. You're the bright color. So then, I suppose it's okay to do the bright color here. Yep, you are. And you do that color here. So that's that color, which is this color. Lovely. Okay, I think we're done though. Our cloud man is a-okay. Now, saying that, again, just as a reminder, this is the third time I believe I've drawn clouds. And before doing this study, I struggled with clouds. Let's see if I can quickly find it. I believe it was you. Nope. Was it you? Nope. It was you. Yes, indeedy. It was also you. So the first time I drew clouds, I came up with this. I was struggling because I was trying to think of the clouds in 3 dimensions. That didn't work for me. I also tried it again. So this was the second attempt at my clouds. The 11 out of 10 art stream. Well, thank you, Jack. And I did read that. Lovely. I tried again, tried to think in terms of shapes and colors and lighting, but it wasn't clicking. So if you're struggling to draw clouds, consider doing a breakdown like this instead of thinking in terms of, not shapes, but instead of thinking in terms of perspective, think in terms of colors and shapes. You might end up a little bit better at Paper Rocket Engine. And if there will be no learning buildings stream because the place is, oh no, we're a-okay. And with all of that said though, let's take a look to see if anyone did some pixel art. Let's see here. You here, scroll up. I'm getting a little spoiled here, but it's a-okay. So if I click on you, let's see, planning screen. Lovely. Okay, so if I click on you, you should be able to see the Discord. Lovely. And if I do exclamation Discord, if you happen to have made some pixel art you'd like to share, feel free to do so. All you have to do is once you click that Discord link to join, you'll be on the welcome screen. You scroll a little bit down, you should be able to see stream and then the pixel art stay with me. Then at the very top, you should see the pinned of environment, cloud, hills, and skies. And then you post it in this guy here, and we can take a look at it. So let's see. I did see some. I got a little bit spoiled. I tried to guess to look away. So let's see here. We have an, ooh, this one's from Raster Plan. This one's a pretty old piece, and it's more character focused than the background related. I kept the background elements pretty subtle to not fight for attention for the foreground. Ooh, how interesting. Lovely. Hold on, let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, I really enjoy when there's not a lot of art, not a lot of color. When you're using very few colors, for example, here, you can see the shading in the back. I enjoy that stuff. You can see the background, just talking about the backgrounds, the 2 colors to show the different forms. Those are some of my favorite details. And I like how you also made the background lighter since the focus is here, but you made it just detailed enough to figure out. And would you say you'd like to attempt to stormy clouds? Oh yeah, I think drawing stormy clouds could be a lot of fun. Though I'd have to follow the prediction on that one. So all in all though, well done. And this again was made by Raster Plan. Well done. We have here Ame. We'll accidentally made it 1080p to perceive from afar, I guess. Interesting. Huh. Let me zoom in for a quick second here. I think this is pixel art. I can't quite tell. I think it's because of how zoomed in it is. This is interesting. Huh. For here, I'm guessing maybe it's a big giant and he's coming up a mountain. And then this person here with their lightsaber is about to fight them. I like the idea of the composition. You have up here the clouds, you have here the background, the foreground, and then you also have the little character here. And the idea of scale. I think that's something when it comes to composition scale-wise. So, well done, Ame. I like. Let's see here. We also have Rodrigo, and 128 times 64 is ugly, but not that ugly. I think for starting, especially considering I'm going to guess it's your first time doing clouds, you did a great job. And then about the Aseprite canvas, I'm telling you, the canvas size, if it gets too big, it'll be painful. Oh boy. But for your first go at this, Rodrigo, I think you did well. You added the background. I can see the dithering bit, and I love when clouds wrap around clouds. Great job. Indeedy. Let's see here. You have the front, so the back guy here. Yeah, I think just, what is the word I'm looking for? Not composition, but just all of it itself. The attempt at having the light and the shading. I think you had an idea, and I think you did it. So well done to you as well. Let's see here. We have Santa Pie. Clouds or something using gradients. Interesting. Now, I'm questioning, did you use a gradient tool or did you use your own gradients? Some of this up here at least feels like a gradient tool, and there's nothing wrong at all with doing pixel art with gradient tools instead of doing dithering. It's just to each their own. The nice part about pixel art itself is just that you have the option to do dithering instead of gradient. But all in all, I definitely do like the smooth feel of this. And you can also see as well the different clouds as they start lighter, then they go backwards, and the mountain itself, oh, not mountain, but the castle too. All in all, well done. And I definitely think you get that feel of ominous and cool and creepy. So well done, Santa Pa. Let's see here. We also have one from Ame. And Ame here has, let me see if I can zoom in. I can't quite make this out. And I made a gradient, then used dithering tool. Ooh, interesting. I've never heard of that technique before. I can't quite tell what this is. Would you mind elaborating a little bit, Ame? You sent the one earlier, but this I'm not too sure about. Is this the idea of the face and the clouds, if I had to guess? Regardless, as you're answering, or if you do happen to answer, thank you to everyone who did. Just remember a random face. I see. Gaia. Yeah, I see the eyes and the face. Interesting. Well done to all of you, and thank you all for participating as well, and thank you all for sticking by and listening and possibly falling asleep and waking back up. If you're on Twitch, we're going to see if we can rate another pixel art streamer, as I do enjoy finding new people, especially if they happen to go hand in hand with game dev and pixel art. That's always super fun. If you're on YouTube though, that'll be the end for me. And speaking of game dev, tomorrow we'll be working on some programming, and then next week we'll be doing the same exact thing we did today, only it won't be specifically clouds. We'll try to do a whole landscape. That's, I think, what we'll be doing, and I feel outed. What do you mean, Stratus? But that said though, let me make sure I click on the thing. Yep. If you'd like to stick around, I'm going to go to the end screen and then I'm going to come back on Twitch. So stick around if you'd like to raid. And because I fell asleep, multiple people I've heard doze off. I'm happy I can make this a comfortable environment. Well, all that said though, I hope you have a lovely time. If I don't see you tomorrow, maybe next week, I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I hope to see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye.